Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Diddy, domestic violence. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Diddy, domestic violence. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, today I want to get in here and I want to talk about domestic violence. I said I want to talk about domestic violence, peoples. I want to talk about this thing with Diddy and Cassie. Because, see, many of you have sat around here for quite some time and things, and many of you kind of liked, and many of you didn't like what happened to Cassie. Many of you didn't like that. Many of you thought that what Diddy had did to Cassie was just so horrendous. Well, people's, I'm here to say that a lot of this stuff has been going on forever and a day, and this is nothing new. You guys crack me up when you guys sit here and look at this salacious madness of a video of Cassie getting her ass literally beat down because of a freak off. And many of you sit here and act like it is the end of the world. Oh, Cassie got her ass beat, and oh my goodness, now everybody is sitting here and feeling sorry for Cassie because Cassie got her ass beat. Well, peoples, I don't feel sorry for Cassie. I really don't. Now, although I don't condone, peoples, I don't condone women getting beat. I don't condone that at all. I don't agree with it. But on the same token, peoples, the thing is, Cassie already knew from the very beginning what was up in the industry. I mean, this is a well-known thing that the people have been saying and doing in the industry forever and a day. And so I don't understand people why everybody finds it so outrageous when they see something like this, when if you live in the hood or you live around the hood, you've been seeing this stuff on a daily. This is nothing new. Women and men and children, granddaddies and grandmothers, uncles and aunties, sons and daughters, everybody is getting it at some point in time. People are getting beat down on a daily, peoples. I said people get beat down on a daily. And all of you sit here and you guys literally think that this shit just is now happening. This has been happening ever since I've been growing up, peoples. But it hasn't been spoken upon. And I wanted to speak upon domestic violence, peoples. I wanted to speak upon those people who sit around here and beat up on people for whatever reason. For whatever reason, peoples, it is a power play. Now, many of you probably got your ass beat by somebody, and it's unfortunate. And my heart goes out to you and things and stuff, But my thing is simply this. We don't quite know or understand why people who had gotten beaten never says anything until it's either almost too late, or some people never say anything and it is too late. People are getting beaten every single day for whatever reason. And for the likes of me, peoples, I can't figure out or understand how one person of the name of Diddy can wreak havoc with so many people in the industry. I mean, that's just amazing to me, peoples, how Diddy, who played with the woman's kitty and sucked up on the woman's titty, had literally got away with all of this stuff for all of these many years. It's just amazing to me, peoples, how he got away with this and nobody even said anything. And everybody said, "Oh, well, I'm scared." What are you scared of? What is it that you're scared of? I mean, the people is coming out now. So what is the people scared of? I mean, they're going ahead and suing him. They're saying, well, he did X, Y, and Z to me and things like that and stuff. I mean, what? What? So I'm here to talk about it, people. So I'm already knowing that many people may not like what I had to say. I get it. I understand it wholeheartedly, peoples. You may have been one who has been in a relationship and who had your ass beat forever and a day. Maybe the guy just busted you down. Or maybe she just busted you down or whatever. Whatever the case may be, peoples. I mean, because it's just not only men who's getting beat, but it's women as well. I mean, everybody's getting beat, peoples. And so it is what it is. And so, I'm kind of like this, peoples. I'm kind of like this. You already knew what the industry was like before you got into it. You already knew what the industry was like. You already knew what the people wanted from you and things. But yet you did it anyway. And maybe you stepped on some toes. Maybe you was so comfortable and literally just wanted to kind of please the person for whatever reason. You guys want to sit here and act like Cassie is just so goddamn innocent. That Cassie ain't never done nothing in the world. And because Cassie got her ass beat, now everybody wants to sit around here. Oh, poor Cassie. Look at Cassie. Look at what happened to Cassie. Well, let me tell you something, people. Cassie got her ass beat. She did. She got her ass beat. And rightfully so. I know. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. A lot of people may not like what I'm saying right now, but that's okay. I'm going to give you opportunity to come on and chime on in and stuff because I feel this way. Cassie ain't innocent. Cassie has did a lot of stuff like all of the other people who had gotten paid and things. Cassie was just like Diddy. She was a freak. She wanted fame. She wanted fortune. She wanted fashion. She wanted to get out there and make a name for herself. And that she did. But see, the unfortunate part about it is, people, is that she had to get her ass beat in order to get the things that she wanted. Now, I want to put an addendum out there because what I found out today is that Diddy never married any of the girls that he got pregnant and had children by. I said Diddy has never gotten married to the people who he had babies by. So I just wanted to put that addendum out there, peoples. Because I thought the boy was married. But Diddy was never married. He just had kids. But he was never married. And so that's what it is, peoples. That is exactly what it is, peoples. You know, and so this is where we are, peoples. I said this. This is where we are, peoples. You know, I'm sitting up here watching this TikTok movie, and this guy is walking around. I mean, he's doing some stupid stuff, so it's funny. Okay, well let me stop watching this and let me get focused up on what I'm doing. All right, peoples. Let me see. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me go back in history. Let me see if I can find that video. All right. So let's see here. Let's see here. Let's go right here. All right. So okay. So we're going to. Okay. So let's go back to this, people's right here. Let's go back to this. All right. Okay. I don't want to go through all of that. So here, let me do this right quick. Let me see if I can download this real quick, and then I can play it up on my, because they're going to show all of these different. They're going to show all of these different commercials and stuff. So I don't want the commercials. So let me go here. Let me go to my downloader. If it'll let me do it. Okay, so it's going to take a second for me to click the downloader. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to add that there, and we're going to see if we can download this video. Nope, it won't let me download the video. So let me see. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. Copy that. And then let me go to my downloader. And it may not let me do it, but anyway, if it doesn't, then I can always screenshot it, screen record it. So I'm just trying to do it this way to make it a lot easier and faster. Okay, so it's doing it this time. I had to click on the video, and then it let me download it. So y'all give me a second. It's downloading. Okay. So I wanna play this, and then I want to talk about this. All right, so there it is. It's downloading. It's completed. Okay, let me go to the thing. Let me open it up. And where is it? There it is, right there. Okay. So cool. I got it right there. All right. So let me share my screen, peoples. So let me take that off. Let me share my screen. We're going to do it like that. Share my screen like that. Share my entire screen. Okay. So, dang. I could have played it in my thing right here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to play it like this. All right, so people, so let's go and let's take a look at this here. Let me share my screen this way like that. Let me make sure I call it up on my phone. And let's see, call it up. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. All right, so let's take a look at this, people, and I probably may stop it every now and then just to give my commentary, but let's take a look at this right here. Warning: disturbing images. This video contains disturbing images. And so, people's, before I go ahead and play this, let me go ahead and let me play Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Let me play Section 107 of the Copyright Act, and let me do my disclaimer. Disclaimer: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. Okay, so let me go to my final disclaimer, peoples. Content warning. The following video contains materials that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audience. Viewer discretion is advised. So, peoples, if this is a little bit too graphic or something, and you feel that is going to be unnerving and things, well, then my best advice to you is to not watch the content. Content disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and sharer of information and strives to verify, but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel. If you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcaster prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. All right, peoples, that is my copyright disclaimer and content disclaimer. So viewer discretion is advised. Like I said, if anything that I am showing is triggering, change the channel. Finally, peoples, all scenes in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken. Peoples, that means whatever I say, you say, or anybody else say has allegedly occurred. And we hold no responsibility to what is being spoken on this channel, peoples. All right, peoples, let's go ahead and get into this.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video. There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. which, according to the lawsuit, prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The surveillance video obtained by CNN begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor back to the hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing.
Okay, so let's put this in perspective, peoples. Let's go ahead and put this in perspective, peoples. All right, so we see Cassie Ventura walking out of the room. Diddy runs out and he grabs her and then he throws her down. All right, so he throws it down. So, I mean, she acted like she was really hurt behind all of that. But probably her feelings was hurt. She wasn't hurt, but her feelings was hurt. He just took her and just grabbed her and threw her down and stuff. And then it looks like he kicked her, but he really didn't kick her, people. So if you really look at the video, he really didn't kick her. He kicked at her, but he didn't really kick her the first time. So it just, like, his little kick just like flew up in the air and, you know, that was it. So he really didn't kick her like a lot of people proclaimed that he did, but he didn't. I mean, I'm sitting here and looking at the video, just like you're looking at the video. So Puff, Love, or whatever you want to call this man, did not kick Cassie. He kicked at her, but he didn't kick her, as you guys can see in the video. Didn't kick her. So the thing is, peoples, was it wrong for Diddy to do what he did? I mean, you know, she did reap some benefits behind it, right? She got her ass beat. She got fucked. And you know, she got all types of outfits and everything else, you know, for 11 years from what I hear, peoples. For 11 years. 11 years, peoples. She's been with this man and never left him. I hear the people say, oh, well, she couldn't leave him, but that's bullshit, because out of 11 years, if you getting beat and stumped and having sex and doing all this and that and the other, you can't tell me that you're going to take this shit for 11 years and then after 11 years, you just decided that you wanted to get up and leave. That's bullshit. I believe her ass could have left a long time ago, but she didn't want to leave because she wanted the money and she wanted a career. And she thought that by doing freak offs and things that, you know, it will pay some dividends. But obviously it didn't pay no dividends. It just had her ass get beat even more so. And that's what it is, peoples. You know. Now, did Cassie deserve getting beat? I don't believe that she deserved getting beat, peoples. But what I am saying is that it was good for her to get her ass beat. Because see, Cassie is just like Diddy. I mean, this is the dynamic duo. This is a couple that had did some shit to a lot of people. I do believe that. I do believe that Cassie is a lot more guilty than what the people are trying to portray her to be. They want to portray her as being the victim, but I don't think Cassie is a victim, peoples. I don't see Cassie as just being a victim, peoples. Did you hear what I said? I said, I don't think that Cassie is a victim. I think she's a devious, devilish, conniving ass bitch that got her ass beat by Diddy, and rightfully so. And she's been doing a whole lot of shit to a whole lot of people. That's what I believe. Now, you may feel different. You may think different and stuff. You may feel that, it's not warranted or justified for what happened to her. But, I say tough titty. I mean, come on, people. You go into this industry. Everybody knows when you go into this industry, these are the things that happens, peoples. I said these are the things that happens, people. So when you go into this industry, you already know firsthand that you're going to have to bend over on the couch, on the chair, or you're going to have to spread some legs. Because nobody ain't going to give you nothing for free. And fame costs money. And all of those people in Hollywood had to either lay down or bend over. They have to lay down or bend over, peoples. All of these people in Hollywood. And it's unfortunate, peoples, that it's like that, but it's like that. And you can't tell me for that Cassie did not know what was up. You can't tell me that, peoples. And so my premise is simply this. She got what she got, and that's a lot. And hey, she got 30 million out of it. She's having a baby. Her name is not really tarnished and stuff because you have a lot of empathizers and sympathizers and stuff, but I'm looking at it in a different light. I said I'm looking at it in a different light, peoples. I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but it's okay. I'm not asking you to. Domestic violence is real, peoples, and no matter in which form it comes, it comes. A lot of people is getting used and abused. I was just watching this morning a video of this person who had literally shot this woman, didn't even know her, just came up and shot her, took her car and drove off. And I'm kind of like, man, that's crazy. I was looking at some other videos and stuff from when the people in the hood wanted to join some gangs and things, and the people didn't quite listen to what the gang members had said and stuff, and they ended up getting their ass beat. Well, these people wanted to be in the gangs. These people wanted to be like gang members and stuff. These people wanted to go ahead and they wanted some clout status and stuff. They wanted to be with these no good men. And I'm not going to make it just upon the woman who is getting beat, but men get beat as well. Women beat men. And then women beat children, as well as men beat children, as well as grandparents and everybody else. So Domestic violence is real, peoples. It is real. And so you got to know and understand the telltale signs of domestic violence. And I know a lot of people may not have lived it, but those who have a story to tell. And don't get mad at me because I'm just rendering my opinion. I mean, it's just my opinion. It has no weight upon what you feel or what you've been through and things. I just see things in a different lens. And so you got two freaks right here who wanted to have sex with other freaks in the industry. They're freaks. So is being a freak a crime, peoples? Why are they trying to try this man now after all of these many years when they could have done so a long time ago? You know, why now? And then all of these other people want to come out and say, "Oh, well, yeah, I got beat too, and I got hit, and this and that and the other." Really? Well, in my eyes, all of these suckers deserve everything that they got. Everything that they got. Especially Cassie. She is a conniving bitch. A sneaky ass bitch in my book. And it's more to go ahead and talk about people. So let's watch this video.
Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told CNN the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. The video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series of civil lawsuits alleging Combs' involvement in sex trafficking and sexual abuse. Allegations Combs has repeatedly denied. In a December 2023 statement, Combs responded to the claims in all the lawsuits, saying, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." 2 days after this video published exclusively on CNN, Combs issued an apology.
But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
See, peoples, he takes full responsibility for what happened in the video. He was disgusted then, and he's disgusted now for what he did. I mean, he took full responsibility, peoples. What more do you want to see? He already told you, peoples, that he takes full responsibility for what he had did. He takes full responsibility. But hey, oh my goodness, people's boy, this shit is funny to me. I mean, this shit is absolutely funny to me. Cassie gets her ass beat, and then the whole world goes bonkers behind some shit that she wanted to do. She wanted to freak off people. You heard the testimony of what she was saying. Did you read or did you hear of the things that she was saying and doing and stuff, peoples? Well, I'm gonna show this other video, peoples. You guys give me a moment. Just downloading this. It's funny to me. This bitch got everything that she wanted. Now, if she didn't want the fame and stuff, well, then she shouldn't have did what she did. But she got the fame. She's a freak of the industry. But I didn't know that being a freak, I did not know that if you was a freak, that being a freak can get you in trouble. I didn't know that. I mean, what do you guys think? Being a freak can get you in trouble? Really? Well, let me share my screen, peoples. Let's take a look at this here.
Hey Cassie, how are you? How do you feel about all the allegations with Diddy going on right now?
This is the first video, the first photo of Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura since his arrest for the shocking allegations inside this 14-page indictment.
Do you feel justice is being served right now?
She wasn't answering questions in New York City last night after Sean Combs was denied bond for a second day in a row. Photographers did catch her with a smile on her face and a cap covering her eyes, out with a friend.
Have a good night.
They were just 6 miles from where Diddy was locked up after the judge slammed it, saying the defendant is a danger. And now prosecutors are revealing new and disturbing details from the day that Diddy was seen beating his then girlfriend Cassie in an LA hotel.
Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground.
They claim Combs had been holding a freak-off in his hotel room with a commercial sex worker and that Cassie had been trying to escape.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now.
Diddy apologized only after CNN broadcast the shocking confrontation worldwide. But prosecutors claimed in court Diddy texted Cassie in the days after the assault. The cops are here. I got 6 kids. You gonna abandon me all alone? She replied, "You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. I still have crazy bruising." Elizabeth Wagmeister, who broke the story of the video, spoke with Billy.
Like with Heidi Fleiss back in the day, like with Jeffrey Epstein, there's a list, there's a black book. You get that sense that there's some people in Hollywood who are, quaking in their boots right now?
I mean, look, Diddy is one of the biggest names in music, all-time history in the music industry. He's infamous for his parties, Billy. You and I know that. We cover the entertainment industry. His white parties in the Hamptons, which means that nearly every celebrity in the world has been to his homes or has been to his events.
Stop by. It's an invitation to all of America. I'm only joking. No, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
Just because you've been to Diddy's home or been to his parties does not mean that you are complicit in criminal activity. Now, does it mean that we may see celebrities come up on video footage from his home or in photos? All that evidence you would imagine will be presented in court if and when there is a trial. It's that question of everyone knew, but what did they know? And, with Diddy, here's what I have pointed out, what I'll say. Not a single celebrity has come out to defend Diddy. Not one.
Combs has pleaded not guilty. And now we're learning more details about the raid that went down here at Diddy's 17,000 square foot, $61.5 million mansion. Prosecutors revealed they actually found 6 guns in his California and Florida mansions and alleged that Combs had repeatedly contacted victims and witnesses in the months leading up to his arrest on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The rap mogul's team had insisted they would keep him under armed 24/7 watch at his Star Island home if he was let out on bond, using the security system he already had in that mansion. The New York Post reports one of the agents who helped raid that property said Diddy kept sex toys, bondage gear, and lingerie inside, calling Diddy as bad as Jeffrey Epstein. The judge ordered Combs to stay in Brooklyn's notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, which has also been home to high-profile clients like Ghislaine Maxwell and R. Kelly. Stephen Greenberg was the disgraced singer's first lawyer and spoke with true crime news host Anna Garcia.
Stephen, very disturbing are the allegations here that these sex workers or others were drugged to the point where they didn't know what they were doing.
A lot of the people that are involved, it looks like they were professional sex workers. So they knew they were getting into something. They probably knew who they were going to see, and they were going to be well compensated.
What do you think is the best case scenario for him and worst case scenario about what he's facing?
Well, the best case scenario is that he wins. And given what I've seen, that's an uphill battle. And the worst case scenario is that he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
All because of sex. All because of sex. But see, you know, you guys get down on Diddy so much and things, but see, the thing is simply this. You guys talk about Diddy so much and so bad, but yet the thing is that look at the guy who had the Playboy Mansion. You know, it had all of those white boys and not white girls and things. You never seen a black girl in a Playboy Mansion. You never seen a black girl in the Playboy magazine. Well, I never watched it, but you know, you just don't see it. Playboy magazine, you didn't see black people in Playboy magazine, you know? So why didn't nobody talk about Hugh Hefner and Playboy and all of this stuff? You know, I don't get it, people. Why is everybody so much upon Diddy and him having a freaky time with Cassie Ventura? You know, that was his business, peoples. That was his business. If the nigga wanted to go ahead and have a freak off and do all of this freaky leaky stuff with her, well then hey. That was his business. But yet, you guys want this man to spend the rest of his life in jail all because he was kinky linky and he wanted to play with her stinky. Really, peoples? It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible, peoples. And see, you know, Cassie wanted to sit up here and play victim. Oh, well, he kicked me in the head and he did this, he did that. No, bitch. You loved every last moment of it. You loved it when he beat you. And what's that guy's name? The Punisher. The Punisher punished you. And Diddy over there wagging his tail, watching you get punished. You love that shit. And that's the thing that the people don't understand. She loved it. She wanted that so bad, peoples. And she got exactly what she wanted. It's a crying shame, peoples. I understand people don't see it my way, but that's okay. You know, I'm here to just say what I need to say and shoot my shot. That's all. I want to share something here with you peoples. So let me enlarge this so you guys can see it. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at this here, people. It says Cassie fights tears during Diddy's testimony, alleges 4-day freak-offs and physical abuse. He dragged me, kicked me, stomped me in the head. Cassie Ventura said that. And I gotta laugh behind this shit, people. I don't mean to laugh, but it's funny to me. And look at Cassie. Damn, I thought Cassie was bigger than that, but she's not. But now I do want you to understand some things, people. So I want you to understand some things. Now look at Cassie. Cassie had form-fitting outfits. All of these different outfits that was tailor-made just for her. Tailor-made, form-fitting outfits. You know? Now she said that she's been abused and she's been kicked all in the head and the face and everything like that and stuff. But it's amazing, people, how if she was so abused like the people proclaimed she was and stuff, well then why isn't it that she's not bearing no scars? Where's the black eyes? Because I mean, if you got a black eye and stuff like that, people, is that shit doesn't heal so quickly. And it leaves some type of mark upon your face. If you got bruising on your skin and things, then it would have left a mark on her body. But see, you know, she has these dresses and these outfits that literally shows her cleavage, her arms, her back, her neck, her face. You know, so help me to make this make sense. How abusive could Diddy could have been with her, and you don't see no markings upon her body whatsoever? None whatsoever. Now, people, I can show you some abusive people who's been abused. I can show you some pictures some people who's really been abused in some domestic violence type of situations. But see, Cassie never shown any type of bruising. And then the little bruisings that she had, people. I mean, what is that? And then she's going to say he did it. Really? Let's take a look at this here, people. We're going to take a look at this here. Hello, Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mr. Homer Green says, hello, Mr. Joseph in chat. Well, Mr. Homer, you know me. I've always got to come on and I've always got to shoot my shot about different things and stuff. And I just wanted to take a different perspective upon what's happening here in this Diddy case. I wanted to talk about Diddy and wanted to talk about Cassie Ventura. Mr. Homer Green said, did you watch the video when Diddy was beating and dragging her? Yeah, I saw that. But they said that he kicked her in the head. I didn't see the kick in the head. I see he kicked and his leg flew up in the air and it really didn't land upon her. And I seen that he kicked her in the backside and he just dragged her. I didn't see all of the kicks in the head. So I mean, I can play the video back again and we can take a second look at that, but I personally didn't see it. So I got the video caught up. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And let's take a look at that video again and see if we can see if she got kicked in the head or did he just kick at her. So let me go back to the other video. Call it this other video right here. Here it is right here. So let's take a look at this and see if she got kicked in the head.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul.
Now there he
Sean
is
Diddy
running
Combs.
down.
The video, captured on multiple cameras,
He
shows
grabs
Combs
her,
assaulting
throws
his
her down on the
then-girlfriend,
ground.
Cassie Ventura, in a
Now
hallway
see,
at a
he
Los Angeles
kicks.
hotel.
He kicks, and you seen his leg go up in the air, and her head is way over there. So where did she get kicked in the head at? Let's go back there and look at this again. See that? Okay. Now I can't play this in slow motion on this video. Can't play it in slow motion on here. So let me do it like this. Let me put this in my editing software. See, we have to be very, very careful on how we interpret. We have to be very careful on how we interpret these things and stuff, because see, we can be adding more to this than what is. So I'm put the call up my editing software. I'm gonna put it in there so I can slow this video down. Okay, so it's a new update. All right, so I'm just gonna update it real quick, and we're gonna take a look at this. Now, I just want to say for the record, Mr. Homer Green, I don't agree with domestic violence at all, period. I don't believe that women should touch men, and I don't believe that men should touch women. I don't believe that. I don't agree with it whatsoever. I don't agree with violence whatsoever. You know, but what I am going to say is simply this. This is what Cassie get, because she knew what the industry was like. And see, Cassie wasn't squeaky clean. She wasn't squeaky clean. She was Diddy's partner in crime. And she did a lot of shady shit under the table. You know, they didn't really go in on Cassie because see, everything was, it was all about Diddy and what Diddy did and stuff. And so they played the video to really show, you know, oh wow, he abused me, he did all of this and that and the other. But come on, you're going to sit there and get abused for 11 years and not say anything? Really? Nobody has that type of power to where they're going to beat you down for 11 years and you don't say shit. No, I don't believe that at all, people. You can't get me to believe that people is going to sit around and get abused for 11 years and then still stay into that situation. She wasn't saying shit when she was on the red carpet winning, when she was sporting those high-end clothing and stuff. No, I haven't seen her in a minute. I haven't seen none of them in a minute. Seems like everybody just disappeared off the face of the earth. This is downloading, peoples. Yep, I know they're out there. You know, they're probably talking on somebody else's channel and talking about another case or whatever and stuff. But I'm sure at some point in time she'll be around and she'll be covering some of these topics and things. Okay, so let's see here, peoples. Let's go Power Director. Let's new project. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna just slap that video in here like such. And we're gonna put it in there. We're gonna put it in there like there. Then we're gonna add it to the timeline. This is such a small video. All right, but we could, by doing this, I can play it back in slow motion. So let me do this, and let me see. Let me do the speed now. Where is the playback speed? Okay, stop. I want to slow it down. So how do I do the speed? Okay, video speed. There we go. All right. So I just want to slow it down just a little bit to probably about right there. Half the speed. And I'm going to turn up the audio so we don't get all of that. Now let's look at this slow motion. Okay, as we can see, she's walking down. She's got her Gucci bag and everything. She's got a hood over her head. Next thing you know, Diddy comes running out. All right, let me slow it down just a little bit more because I want to take a look at something here. So let me go with the speed. So let me slow it down just a little bit more, about 30. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, that's cool. So let's take a look at this. Let's play this. All right. So now Diddy comes running down. Dun, 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 dun. He's got the towel on. Come running down. And he comes and he goes and he walks over to her and he grabs her and slams her down to the ground. And then he goes and look, he kicked at her, but he didn't kick her in the head. You see that? He kicked at her, but he didn't even kick her in the head. He just brushed her backside. Let's watch that again. He comes, he slams her down, and then he comes and he look at his foot. It's way up there. His foot is so high in the air. He didn't kick her in the head. Then he catches his balance. She's laying down. He grabs her bag. She tries to play like she's knocked out so he can go and walk. Now he kicks her from behind. Look, wake up. Something falls out of her purse. Then he grabs her and he drags her. He's dragging her. He's dragging her. He's dragging her. So he lets her go. He's going down and he's taking the bags back and stuff. And then she's sitting there. She's startled. So then they have all of this stuff right here. It says, Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. Where did you see anywhere on this video okay, so you say that the video is a lot longer than that. Well, from I'm just going by what we got right here. So if this is a longer video, I want to see the longer video, but this is just all what they gave us right here. And so in the case file, it said that Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. So you can punch a person one time and give them a black eye, really? After he fell asleep, Miss Ventura tried to leave the hotel, but as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran down to the elevator to escape. She managed to get into the elevator, and when she got into the lobby, quickly took a cab to her apartment. Upon realizing that her running away will cause Mr. Combs to be even whatever. But I'm trying to get to the part to where he was supposed to have hit her in the face, and give her a black eye. Now, so they're repeating the video again. So she's trying to put on her socks or shoes or whatever. He runs, dun 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 dun. That must really be something, to be getting snatched back, only to have your brains. Okay, so yeah, they're giving a commentary right here. So see, they go and take this video, splice it up and stuff, and then they give a narrative to it and things. Takes the base and throws it at her and all like this. But I'm still trying to figure out, where did he kick her in the head? What did he kick her in the head? He didn't. Kicked at her. Kicked her in the butt. Then he goes and he grabs her and he starts dragging her. Now, where's the black eye at? She goes and she calls the people. He's walking to the room. Then he's walking back. Then he takes her. And what did he do at that point? They just blurred out the video. See, it's a lot of blurring out the video. Okay, so right here. So he goes and he grabs her. So what did he do at that point? See, the video blinks out. You know. See, this is what I'm saying. This is just the way that it is in the Kanika Jenkins case. They go and take the video, they splice it up, and they just do whatever they want to do with it and things. But they cut it to where they show you all of this stuff and try to dramatize. Oh yeah, it's really more than what they're proclaiming. Well, I mean, if it is, show us the video. Show us the video in its entirety without clipping it. But they want to just stay with all of this salacious madness. So, yeah, he's beating her. Where did she get beat at, people? All I've seen is that he kicked at her. He kicked her in the butt. He grabbed her, and he threw a vase. But he didn't hit her. Where's the black eye? Where's the black eye that everybody is talking about? Let's look at this here, peoples. I mean, so what's so bad about this video that we're showing? Because this is nothing. And then look, she goes and stands on the red carpet with him in a designer outfit. She went through all of that to stand for 11 years in a designer outfit. So Where's the black eye? She didn't get no black eye, not from what I've seen from this video. You know, she didn't get hit. She got kicked, but she didn't get hit. Peoples. She didn't get kicked in the head. She didn't get hit with his fist or anything. All he did was just grab her and just throw her down. Okay, so what? What's so bad about that? What's so bad about that, peoples? Where did she get a black eye at? Or where did she get kicked in the head? She didn't. Because if she did, they would have shown it, right? But they didn't show it. They telling you all of what they said happened, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Because if it did happen, they would have showed it to you. But it didn't happen. So since you didn't see it, you can't tell me that it happened if you didn't see it. And this is the video. I played the video. And all they did was just play clips of the video, just like they did in the Kanika Jenkins case. All they did was just play clips. Clips, peoples. That's all they did, was just play clips. But with the clips, you didn't see no more happen to her other than he's just grabbing her around and just throwing her around. What's so bad about that? What's so bad about that? I mean, y'all sit up here and saying, Diddy's a monster, Diddy's this, Diddy's that. I'm not standing in the man's defense. But at the end of the day, didn't Cassie want the freak off? Didn't Cassie ask for the freak off? Didn't Cassie want her little kitty cat to be ruffled up by the Punisher? While Diddy was over there playing with his tail? Come on, peoples. Come on. 11 years of getting your ass beat, and you're going to stay with a man? Really? I don't believe half of the shit that they said. Now, do the boy got a temper? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. But where is all of the bruising? Now, you may see one or two pictures with bruising, and then you got the people just going way out in left field. Oh, yeah, you see that? One little picture of bruising, and that's all you see. She ain't never went to the hospital. She ain't never been in a cask. You know? She ain't never had a spleen on. Nothing. But he abused me. Okay, so you get slapped around and stuff. I mean, what? 11 years and you get slapped around? I don't think Diddy beat this girl like they proclaimed he did. I don't believe that at all, peoples. You can't get me to believe that madness. Now, just because he slapped her around, that don't. What does that prove? What does that mean? Because, like I said, I can show you some actual pictures of people who got really abused in a major way, way more so than her, and got physical scars to prove it. But Cassie has been on the red carpet way too much in the 11 years to be sitting here and saying she's got used and abused. She got used, yes, she's got used. But did she get abused? I don't think so, peoples. Now, if you say Cassie got abused, well, then show me 11 years worth of abuse. Physical abuse. You know, like some scars up on her. Like something that literally cut her skin and it had a scab on it and it had to heal and markings was on her body. Show me some things like that, peoples. Show me some things like that. You can't. You absolutely can't. So where's all of the pictures and the videos and all of this, since they raided Diddy's house, right? And it was supposed to take all of the contents out of his house, and they had time to look at everything. Where is all of the abusive videos of Diddy beating Cassie's ass? You don't see it. It never came out in the court. All she did was just give her testimony as to her getting her ass beat, and that's it. Where is the proof to her truth? People, every time you look around, you see her decked out in a designer outfit. Her face is intact. Her body is intact. Where's all of the scars and things that the people say? Because see, when you're in domestic violence, people, you know, and Diddy beating up on her like the people proclaim and stuff, where's the bruises? It should be more bruises than just one or two pictures. I mean, you know, hey, people scuffle, people wrestle and things like that. Yeah, you can get bruised like that and stuff. But I want to see 11 years of abuse from Diddy. I want to see 11 years of abuse from Diddy. You've never seen it. And then they were talking about, oh, well, she didn't want to have sex and stuff, but she was the one who initiated it. People, so I'm going to play back this live, and I want you to listen to the testimony of what Cassie had said, because Cassie was the one who initiated all of this shit. She's a fucking freak. She's a freak. She called the Punisher herself. She called the Punisher. She was jealous of Sean Puffy Combs, and he was jealous of her. So they both were equally jealous, and they both equally did shit up against each other. But peoples, I'm a realist. I want to see the evidence of 11 years of abuse. Now, don't give me this shit about, oh, well, you know, they never videotaped. Well, if they never videotaped, what are you talking about? Because he videotaped everything, right? So if he videotaped everything, there should be more videos of Cassie getting her ass beat, right? But where's the videos? You never seen it. All you heard her do was just get up there and cry and say he did this, he did that. But bitch, you loved it. You loved every moment of it. That bitch got her ass beat and she loved every moment of it. Yep, she did. Now, you may not agree with me. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just sitting here shooting my shot. But I asked you one simple question. Show me 11 years of abuse. Show me videos and pictures. I mean, shit, the feds had gave everything, so show it to me, peoples. Show it. Show me all of the pictures of 11 years of Cassie had bruises all over her like they proclaim. And then come back and talk to me. You can't show it because it doesn't exist. So what is guilt? What is Diddy guilty of? Looking at man's wieners and fucking on this girl and playing with his tail while the Punisher punish her. Little tiny Cassie is getting punished, brutally punished. And she loved every minute of it. Every single second. I'm going to tell you why. Because she's going to tell you. Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G says, hey, Edward in chat. Where's the flowers in glass, though? Yeah, well, I mean, Deborah G, they said that he threw the vase, right? Did the vase hit her? We don't see that video. I mean, we see we see the camera in the hallway, but the camera keeps cutting off. We don't see all of the hits in the head. We don't see the black eye that she's supposed to have suffered and things. We don't see none of that, do we? We don't see none of that, Deborah G. So here, people, so let me share my screen. Let's take a look at this for one moment. Let's go and venture for one moment, and let's see if we can find any pictures of Cassie's her bruises. So let's go here. Let's go here, Deborah G. Let's see if we can find any bruising of Cassie. So let's put in Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura bruises. All right, so let's see. Let's see if we can see any bruises. Nah, I don't want to subscribe. I just want to see if you got any bruises. Okay, so now this is oh my God, peoples. Look at this bullshit right here. Look, Deborah G, look at this bullshit right here, Mel. This is supposed to be all of the bruising of Cassie right here. Where's my magnifier? Turn on my magnifier. This is all of the bruising of Cassie right here. Look at that. Little tiny bruise right there. Bruise on the lower leg and thigh. That little thing right there. And that's all of the bruising of Cassie right there. So Diddy beat her ass and just caused a little tiny bruise right there. So bruise on the back of her thigh and on her leg right there. Really? And then let's look at the other bruise. That little thing right there. You know what that looked like? That looked like somebody had bit her on the waistline. That's what it looks like. A little tiny bruise. And that's 11 years worth, Deborah G? Really? And then look, a bruised lip. Nah, that's all of that sucking, sucker. Look at those lips. Pink lips. And her lips got bruised because she was sucking on the Punisher. She was sucking on the Punisher, so that's why her lips is all like that, peoples. Diddy didn't hit her in the lips. I said Diddy didn't hit her in the lips. The Punisher, Ding Ding did. Now, what that right there? A gash, bruising around her right eye. Okay. So now she said Diddy did that? Really? All right, so if we really be honest with ourselves, peoples, it says one. I guess this is the same thing because I don't see no bruising here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 bruises out of 11 years. 4 bruises out of 11 years, Deborah G. Really? 4 bruises out of 11 years, Deborah G. That's amazing to me. 4 bruises out of 11 years. And all of this bullshit and madness you guys have been saying. So people get angry with each other. They throw tantrums. They hit each other. They do all of this crazy crap. But it is no evidence that Diddy was beating up on this woman. Okay, let's see what the New York Post has. So this is supposed to be a bruise on her lip, but she's been sucking way too much. Okay. So a little tiny bruise on her back. Really, peoples? Little tiny bruise on her back. Well, she's saying that was Diddy. That could have been the Punisher punishing her. Where is the bruises? And then that right there, really? That right there? Now you see how seductive Cassie is, because now she has almost a see-through garment, because she wants you to see her little itty bitties and stuff. She wants people to salivate all over her. She wants the people to want her and stuff. This bitch ain't nothing but a sex fiend. She used Secret. Y'all see that, right? She used Secret. That little tiny bruise right there. And is that a bruise or that's a birthmark? Come on, people. I mean, I'm looking for like some real black eyes. Where's the black eye that she was supposed to have had, peoples? And then a little gash on her eye and stuff. Okay, so what? Did he throw the vase at her? Did he throw the vase at her, Deborah G? So this is the only serious cut that she had. But then if you look at her face, she had to have a good damn plastic surgeon, because that shit healed up real good. See, look at that. Plastic surgeon and sewed that shit up, healed real good. So where's the other bruises right here? See, that shit healed up real good. So she got money. So 11 years of abuse, and this is all of the pictures that they got. Where's the goddamn black eye? They said it was she had a black eye in the case files, right? Where's the black eye, Deborah G? And that's it. 4 goddamn pictures, and that's it. 4 pictures. 4 pictures. 4 pictures. 4 pictures. That's all they shown right there. 4 pictures. And that shit was sewn up real good. Birthmark. Somebody bit her on the back. And look at her. She's trying to show her little bitty titty. And she's exposing her back and little crack of her ass. See, she ain't nothing but a sex fiend, peoples. That's it. That's it. That's it, peoples. That four pictures, and then you guys are going to sit up here and tell me that this woman got beat? Really? Come on, peoples, man. Who you guys kidding? Cassie did not get beat by Diddy. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry, peoples, but Cassie did not get beat by Diddy. And if you guys wanted to sit here and believe this bullshit and madness, well, go right ahead. 11-year relationship, and she suffered physical abuse daily I want to know, Deborah G, where is the black eye picture? Because it said in the other case file that she had a black eye. That's what it said. It said that she had a black eye. So I'm trying to figure out where's the black eye. Because if she had a black eye, you would have thought that they would have shown that. All right, so this is the full length video. It's the full length video. So let's watch this thing in its entirety. So at least I have it on my live. Let's watch this thing in its entirety. And let's get a good wholesome perspective of all of this bullshit. All right, so let me say something, people. So now, if she was really anxious to leave and whatnot, if she was really anxious to leave, she had every opportunity to leave. She's sitting there putting on some lip gloss. She could have pushed the elevator thing and went down, but she sat there for quite some time. So she wasn't really in no danger or anything. This man, he was mad because she wasn't up in there getting her rocks, her guts taken out of her by the Punisher. But he was mad, but he didn't do anything other than just throw her around. He didn't slap her. He didn't hit her with a closed fist. He didn't give her no black eye. He could have did way more than what they said, but he didn't do that in this video. They making out this video to be way more than what it is, peoples. This bitch had every opportunity to leave. When he was walking back, take those clothes back, she could have been left. But she just stood there putting some lip gloss on. Let's look at this.
Damn, them shoes are hella shiny. Look at that.
Okay, now look at the guy. He's sitting back smiling. You see him? He's sitting back looking at Diddy smiling. So let's keep this in perspective, people. So yeah, Diddy, he's mad. He's hot because she ain't up in there getting her guts taken out of her and things. But the guy, the security officer, comes up and he's standing there smiling at him. And Diddy is sitting down just as calm as he wants to be and stuff. He ain't acting an ass. He ain't acting a fool. All he's doing is just sitting having a conversation and stuff. So where is this terror tyrant that the people say that he is? Where's the terror tyrant? He's sitting back so calm, cool, and collective, and he's sitting back and he's talking to the security guard, and the security guard is turning back and he's over there smiling at him. Look. He's like, man, what are you doing? Are you up in there in her guts out of her? He said, man, I got her and I got a guy in there. And I'm trying to get her back so I can see the Punisher punish her. Have the Punisher give her the wing ding. The ding dong. The stinky winky. That black mandinga. It looks like your message. You know? That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He wanted the Punisher to come punish her. But what I'm trying to find out, peoples, where is the irate Diddy? He's not irate. The guy is sitting back laughing. And Diddy is just sitting there like, woo-doo-woo-doo-woo. Let's look at this, people. See, you got to play the things back, peoples. And you got to put this shit in perspective. See, that's why I don't listen to what other people say. I got to take a look at it for myself. And I got to analyze it for myself. Okay, so far, what have we found? We only found 4 pictures that doesn't look like any type of abuse other than one picture. She had a gash over her head. But one picture looked like she was bitten from behind. Another picture looked like a birthmark on her leg. Where is the black eye picture? I mean, they put it in the case files. Yeah, he hit her with his fist. And he gave her a black eye. Where is all of the pictures, peoples, of Cassie being abused? You don't see it. You only got 4 pictures that was in evidence that's supposed to have showed 11 years of abuse, and you don't see it. This man wasn't abusing her. He was sexually getting his gratification on. That's it. That's all I can see. Because if it was really what you guys are trying to make it out to be, show me 11 years worth of battered photos, people's broken ribs and all like this. You can't show me it, people's, because it doesn't exist. All right, so let's look at this, people's. Let's go. All right, so Ventura gets her bag and she leaves. Yeah, well, he can stay up in there with the guy. I'm leaving. See, they keep playing the video over and over and over again just to try to get you hyped up on some stuff. He drags her. Now, he could have hit her. He didn't. Now, at that point, she could have escaped. Now, see, he casually walks back. She could have ran around on some other side of the. She could have ran around on some other side of the hotel. Could have ran down the halls if she really wanted to escape. She didn't want to escape. If a person thought that their lives was in danger or whatever, they would have did everything to escape. She could have ran some other hall. She could have took the stairwell down. She could have took the elevator down. Now look, he's walking back. He's got her bags. He's walking back. She could have ran down the elevator. Now let's look at the amount of time that it takes for him to go drop those bags back and come back. And where is she? He dropped the bags back. Now he's walking back. Okay, B, where are you? All of that time, she could have escaped and she didn't, peoples. See, you got to put things in perspective. See, when they cut up the video, peoples, all they see is just him handling her. That's it. All they see is him handling her. But you got to look at it in its entirety. So if all of the threats and stuff that he's given her and stuff, you would think that she would have complied, but she didn't. Well, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get your family and all like that. Okay, well, then she could have complied. Okay, well, you're going to do this to my family and everything. You're going to show all of the videos and stuff. Okay, well, let me go back and let's get the freak on. She didn't do it. And why she didn't do it? Because of the simple fact, peoples. She just may have been tired that night. But she had every opportunity to leave. And she chose not to. Now he's saying, look, I am Diddy. I'm Diddy. And then I can do whatever the hell that I want. I got money. I got prestige. I got power. You know what's up? What's up? Man, I'm just trying to get my dinky dink wet. That's all. So where is the tirade Diddy? Where's the one that was off hinge and all like that and stuff? I mean, he's sitting up here talking to this guy, all calm, cool, collected, right? Everybody is trying to make this man out to be a serious villain, but he just has a high libido off of drugs and alcohol and stuff. He just wants sex. That's it. Whether it be by female or whether it be by male. He just wants what he wants. But I don't see the violence. Where's the violence at, peoples? What? So what? You and your boyfriend, you and your husband, you and your friend, y'all ain't never got into a scuffle? Really? Y'all ain't never talked to each other and said, well, I'm going to K you and all like this? Really? You ain't never slapped them or kicked them or whatever? Really? Peoples, this ain't nothing but just a little spat between the two. I don't see what everybody is talking about. This man is having a conversation with this man right here. Now look, she could have been the left, but she didn't leave. What she said? Oh, well, I need my purse. I need my ID and all like that and stuff. Really? I mean, bitch, you got millions. You can go get a new ID. You can call a cab. You can call your friend. You can call anybody. You're Diddy's woman. Uh-oh. Are they going to put her into the cart? Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's look at it, peoples. Keep it in perspective. Now she got her bags and stuff. She got her purse. Now I'm going home and I'm going to hook up with him tomorrow. The day that Kim Porter died, peoples, the very next day, those two got together. The very next day that Kim Porter died, those two got back together. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. The very next day, they got together. Kim Porter died and they got together. So if all of this was going on, why wasn't the police called? Now, still look at Diddy. He feels comfortable because he's still walking out in his towel. He's saying, well, damn, I want her to come back. She ain't coming back. You make a few phone calls and stuff. All right. Bring me $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. We're going to bury this video. See, there's the exit sign right there. Cassie could have left if she wanted to. But she chose not to. He's dragging her. And then he lets her go. And then look at her. She said, what the F are you doing, man? What the F are you doing? And you see how they keep stopping the video and stuff. They're splicing the video up, peoples. Now, at that point, there's the exit sign right there. She could have took the elevator. She could have took the stairs, and she could have ran down. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave, peoples. If Diddy really wanted to beat this girl down, like you guys proclaim, he's a maniac and stuff, he could have did so right there. He didn't do it. He didn't do it, peoples. He had every opportunity to beat the snot out of her ass, but he didn't do it. See, you guys are trying to make something out of nothing. This shit wasn't nothing. All it was, it was just and see, she's coming out of nowhere. Where in the fuck did she come from? See, they spliced up this video, people, to make you guys think that, oh yeah, look all of this stuff that's happening, and they're trying to make this they're trying to make this video so much more than what it really is. And it ain't nothing but two people having an argument. She didn't want to get punished by the Punisher. Diddy wanted to get his little winky dinky wet. And the Punisher is waiting up in there with his $800. Are you coming back? Because I want to get this little kitty cat. Diddy is so goddamn comfortable. He keeps walking out in the hallway. He keeps walking out in the hallway in a towel. You guys took this shit way out of proportion, peoples. And then you only got what? 4 pictures of her being abused after 11 years. Where's the goddamn black eye picture, peoples? I want to see the pictures of the black eye. That wasn't even in evidence. See, you guys sit your ass around here, and you guys all the time ready to just throw people under the goddamn bus, but you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. 11 goddamn years, and where's the goddamn pictures, peoples, of her getting abused? How many goddamn times did she go to the hospital because she was abused by Diddy? You never seen it. You talk so much shit, live after live after live, and all of these news reporters. Diddy beats Cassie's ass, but yet you only got 4 pictures in evidence, and the picture is a little gash on her head, a birthmark, a bite mark. And that was the fuck it. Where's the goddamn black eye picture, peoples? Where's the broken bones? Where's all of the bruises and stuff? Where's all of that shit? Where's all of the cuts and everything? You don't see it. Now see, people see, I sat here and I've listened to all of these YouTubers and everybody. Yeah, Diddy did this, Diddy did that and stuff. He ain't did shit but just fucked the shit out of her ass and had the Punisher punish her ass for 11 goddamn years. But she wanted it. And he didn't kick her in the head, which that's what they said. I played the video, peoples. He kicked her in the backside, but he did not kick her and stomp her in the head. Play the video, peoples, and put that shit in perspective. See, this is what you stupid ass motherfuckers don't do. You stupid ass people sit here and listen to all of these goddamn people. Then you want to run your goddamn mouth about everybody and everything and stuff, but you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. See, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100. Play back the goddamn video. Show me the goddamn evidence of her getting her ass beat for 11 years. Nah, she just didn't want no more freak off. She didn't want no more freak off. She didn't want them to piss in her mouth. She didn't want them to bust in her mouth. And bust her in that little a-hole. She didn't want that, peoples, but she pissed in her mouth, and her throat was on fire because the Punisher was choking her out. Oh, you don't want to hear whatever Joseph had to say, huh? Well, goddamn it, they said that all in court. How are you going to get mad at me for what they said? I didn't say it. They said it. All right, so here, people. So let's do it like this. Since you guys want to act all funny style and shit, Y'all want to get mad at Edward Joseph and stuff. Let me go to my history, God damn it. Let me play my history. Okay. So this is what they said, peoples. It's not what Edward Joseph said. This is what they said. Is that all right, peoples? We're going to listen to what they said. I'm gonna have the guy read the case files. Okay, where is that live? Because I want you to listen to what they said, peoples. This guy had read it, and it was just as graphic as a graphic can get. But that's what they said. I just watched this the other day. Where is that video that I seen? Okay, was it him? I think it was the other guy who was talking. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, here it is right here. Okay, let's listen to what he had to say, people, because I think it was him who read it, or was it this one right here? I think it was him who read it, but let me see. Let me go back just a little bit more. Okay, okay, I think it was that one. They read the transcript. Okay, let me see here. Okay, dang. I'm gonna have to start marking these videos when I listen to them. But I think this is it right here. Okay, I'm just only keep repeating. Yeah, I think I'm just only keep repeating. So let's see. And control allocation sectors. Dang, somebody! It was a person who was reading the case files, and they read it. Man, somebody was reading the case files. Okay, let me see. I think this was it right here. Okay, we're going to go back to that one. I think that was it right there, but let's go down a little further. See, all of this bullshit that they're saying and stuff, it ain't as bad as you guys are trying to make it out to be. You know. Now Diddy has the fetish, which all of you guys do, so you know, y'all want to say, oh well, he has 100 bottles of baby oil. Who gives a fuck? So what? That's what freaks do. You know? So who's going to talk about you sucking on somebody's toes and shit like that? You know? This man is a freak. So what? Who gives a fuck behind all of that shit? I'm just saying, where did he go and beat up Cassie? Because all of the freak offs and shit ain't got shit to do with shit other than I want to see the black eye of Cassie, which you never seen. I want to see all of the bruises that Cassie has, but they only put 4 pictures up there, which was nothing. Really, peoples? And y'all want to sit up here, oh, Cassie this, Cassie that, and yeah, let Cassie testify and stuff like that. The bitch loved every goddamn piece of it. Yeah, this is it right here.
Your discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the defense team, prosecution team, and Cassie Ventura in a federal court on May 16th, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of the Day 5 testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is the full finale of cross-examination testimony given by Cassie Ventura today from beginning to end.
You believe Mr. Combs was blacked out for the Intercontinental event?
I believe he was intoxicated. Everyone's definition is different.
But you said blacked out. What did you write here?
I wrote, when you get fucked up the wrong way.
You meant drugs?
And alcohol.
Here Mr. Combs writes to you, I am so horny for you.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and said this was not in evidence. Then they continued.
Here Mr. Combs is asking you for sex soon after the Intercontinental, right?
I was saying how he felt.
What did you write back?
I wrote, we need a different vibe than Friday at the Intercontinental.
Mr. Combs wrote, Vuck Friday, I don't even want to do that again. What did you write?
I wrote, LOL, true.
Mr. Combs suspected you of having an affair with someone else in the industry. What happened when he took your phone?
We were in a car, and he told me to call my mother. When I did, he grabbed my phone and took it.
It was a big fight.
He was just gone.
For how long?
A few hours until my mother called the police.
Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. and he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
Look at this. It's from 2013.
Now I see.
What else did Mr. Combs take?
My car, my passport, when he was angry.
Let's refresh you about Mr. Combs being in rehab.
I vaguely remember.
Why did you go to Sedona?
I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs.
I'm going to go to a new topic. Mr. Combs told you to go get the video you'd heard about. What did you write?
I wrote, "You keep putting me down."
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will f***ing kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to fuck you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released?
When?
Ever.
Yes.
The escort, Jonathan. You thought he took a video?
Yes.
Mr. Combs spent a lot of money to make sure the video did not get released?
I don't know.
You had a conversation with Jonathan Audie that was transcribed?
I'm not sure.
He was volatile?
I didn't trust him.
What did Mr. Combs say when you told him you thought Mr. Audie was recording?
He said he'd take care of it.
Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page?
I am not.
Now let's talk about rehab. Do you still take Suboxone?
Something like it.
What does it treat?
Opioid addiction.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled by the judge.
You wrote a book in rehab. The place treats sexual compulsion.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar.
Did you get neurofeedback therapy?
Yes.
What is it?
They hook something up to your head and show you things. See how you react.
Were you told the effects of it?
Help me with my trauma.
Did you participate in EMDR?
Yes.
What does it do?
Memories and processing them.
The idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD. You were being treated for PTSD.
Yes. I was still physically developing.
You were 22.
Women keep developing after 22, don't you think?
But you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22.
I am not.
This message is about having a freak off without ketamine, right?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
"May I confer with counsel?"
The judge said, "No, but we will take a break." Then they came back and continued.
Mr. Combs wrote, "You're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?"
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him, and he didn't threaten you but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, "My family knows I am not running around telling our business." I wrote, "I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first."
Please read these.
I wrote, "You lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin."
You meant Gina, the photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then.
This message to FB, who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, "I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this." You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, "I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time." He writes, "Just need you to be positive," correct?
Yes.
DX1309, this is about a yoga instructor?
Yep.
What did you write?
I wrote, "I've stopped even caring."
But you did care.
Yeah.
So he said, "You could date other people, let's just talk about it," correct?
Yes.
What did you write?
I wrote, "I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, "Can I hold you? Or are you just gonna break up with me?" And you write back, "We can embrace LOL." And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you.
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped?
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
At this moment, the judge interrupted and said to take a break.
Ms. Ventura, we're almost done here.
Thank you.
I will read Mr. Combs' messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless.
I said, "Thank you, God bless." I wrote, "We should talk and have closure."
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, "You were always my ride or die."
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before. I don't think I was craving now.
You shaped you over 11 years. You shaped each other?
Yes.
Your husband's a physical trainer?
Yes.
The house you grew up in Connecticut was relatively modest compared to mansions.
Yes.
You were preparing to tour with a Matt Testa.
Yes, he's an engineer.
Once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled the tour, right?
Yes.
Because you no longer needed the money?
That wasn't the reason.
After the hotel video came out, you posted on Instagram that domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes. I still feel that way.
DX1015. Mr. Combs wrote, "Want to freak off one last time." What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. "I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives." What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
What world did Sean open up to you?
A world of chaos.
In your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have sex with?
Only him, at that time.
When Sean wrote, "Seduce me all day," what did you do?
Write about FOs.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs?
Yes, if I was told to.
When you were shooting the movie in South Africa and you blocked him, how did he contact you?
Through Mia.
He said he didn't remember hurting you. Did you believe him?
Not always, because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I'd seen him be violent with other people.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, "You ready for tonight?" what did he mean?
Freak off.
What were you afraid he would do if you did not do that freak off?
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it. Then after Cassie said,
"I don't know that week,"
the judge interrupted and said, "Next question."
Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I have no doubt.
After Sean raped you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak-offs?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak-offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak-offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes, more than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak-offs?
Safety, career, love.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, and they continued,
You knew Mr. Combs' sexual preference was these freak-offs, right?
I learned.
It was part of being his girlfriend?
Yeah.
You kept your old device?
Yes.
And freak-off videos in this case. They were all on those devices you kept from 2012 and 2014.
I don't know what year.
You were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala. Being his girlfriend gave you access to producers.
Yes.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne.
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names?
You've got a lot of names.
You are self-conscious about your musical talent.
I wouldn't say that.
You had a bad performance on 106 and Park.
Early in my career.
You did music videos. Were they successful?
At this moment, the judge asked for a brief sidebar. Then they continued.
D-Rock was like a member of your family?
Yes, like a brother.
The assistant Mia, you also had a friendship with?
Yes.
Okay, here you begin with an explicit message, and he responds with one, you are actively sexting.
Yes.
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right?
Yes.
You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental?
No.
You made a demand?
Yes. $10 million, maybe.
At this moment, the judge asked anything further, and the prosecution said,
I just have one question.
But the judge said, I was asking Ms. Esteval, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And they continued.
This is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you. We need closure and understanding.
Why'd you keep your devices?
I was afraid of what was on them. I wouldn't take them to the Apple Store.
One question. You just reached a $10 million settlement with Intercontinental last week before trial?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled, and Cassie answered.
Yes.
At this moment, the judge took a break and revealed the next witness would be, in his words, special agent. And we do know that the next witness, after Cassie, would be special agent, and Don Richard. Diddy's defense, however, objected to the testimony of special agent, and Don Richard and the judge said, why is this coming up at 3:30 p.m.? Going forward, you just address things before the courtroom. This was the end of Cassie's testimony. What did you think about it? Who do you think did better in questioning Cassie? Let us know in the comments down below. We will see you tomorrow.
Well, since we last convened,
All right, people. So I'm back. And so, people, you heard what was stated. I said you heard what was stated. And so Cassie Ventura had sex with Diddy after all of that happened. She had sex with Diddy after all that happened, peoples. You know, she still have sex with him after all of that happened. And you heard what she said. She loves the freak offs. You know, she was in there with Kid Cudi and all of these other people and stuff. She was in there with some big names, Nicki Minaj and all of them. But she didn't want to let it go because she loved the freak offs. And so, you know, it's amazing how the prosecutor didn't really hammer the notion that Cassie, you got beat. They didn't hammer that notion. She got beat. They didn't do that. It was all about the freak offs. It wasn't about Cassie getting beat. It was about Cassie having freak offs. And see, that's the thing that I want the people to understand. It wasn't about Cassie getting beat, but it was about the freak offs. That's all it was, peoples. It was just nothing but the freak offs. So help me to make it make sense, peoples. You know, y'all sitting up here browbeating this man, saying this man is dangerous and he's this, he's that, and the other, but all he wanted was just some cootie, some poontang, some vaja. That's all he wanted, peoples. And you guys are making a big stink behind all of this shit that didn't amount to anything. I played you the video, peoples. You heard what she said. You heard the testimony. You heard what the prosecutor had said and things. The prosecutor did not focus upon Diddy beating her, but rather the freak offs. That's all it was. That's all it's ever been. It was the freak offs, peoples. So if Cassie was supposed to have been getting beat like the prosecutor had been proclaiming forever and a day, and supposed to have proven that Cassie got beat beyond measure for 11 years, well, people are to surmise to you that that never happened. I said it never happened, peoples. So why didn't the prosecutor sit and focus upon Cassie getting beat? I'm proving the case that Cassie got beat for 11 years. I tell you why. Because it never happened. Cassie was in it for the prestige and money. That's all she wanted. She wanted to get notoriety and fame, and she got it. And then she left Diddy for his physical trainer. And while she's getting the F out of her, he's over there FaceTiming her. But she lived a life of deception. She's getting the blank knocked out of her sexually in this guy over there FaceTiming her. And she ain't even told him that she's with Diddy. You heard the testimony, people. You heard it for yourself. The prosecution had only showed 4 pictures. This case ain't about domestic violence, peoples. It ain't about Cassie getting her ass beat by Diddy. All it is just to expose his sexual taste in women and men. That's all it is, peoples. That's all it is. And then all of these people were supposed to have worked with him for all of these many years. Now everybody wants to come out. Yeah, I seen Diddy do this, and I seen Diddy do that. And I saw a guy give Diddy fellatio and stuff like that. Okay, so we make so much stink about Diddy's sexual preference. Let's talk about you for a moment. You are a nasty bitch and you are a nasty hoe. You are a slut. Okay. So how do you like it when people call you those words? They say you're a slut. They say you're a hoe. They say you're a bitch. Do you take offense to that? You know, you have a sexual appetite, and You play with all type of gadgets and everything. And you like to do it in different positions, and you like to do all of this and that and the other. And the guy is like, damn, you know? So, in other words, instead of using you a bitch, you a slut, or you a hoe, you just a freak. That's it. You just have a voracious appetite for sex. Okay. I don't see the people coming or came down upon Hugh Hefner. He had a lot of white women. Had women spread their legs on magazine covers and stuff. Had a lot of orgies and everything. Hollywood was there every night. He ain't never been arrested. I'm sure every Hollywood star was over there getting their freak on at the Playboy Mansion. And all of that was posted all in magazines and everything. But now we have a black man sitting up here who has a fetish for men and women and calls up the Punisher to punish his girlfriend. And he sits there and he waxes Donkey Kong. And then you guys get mad because this is his fetish. This is what he likes. And she likes it. You heard what she said. I don't want this to be the last. I wish this was the first. You even heard what she said. She was horny. So after all of what they've been through, and she goes and she wants to marry this man and all like this, Diddy said, okay, I know when to let it go. You know, I know when to let it go. Another love, TKO. And so they have one rendezvous. She was horny and she's got out of her. And so instead of getting it from the guy who FaceTimed her, Diddy did it. This guy knew all of what she's been through. She's sucking ding dongs. She's having piss all in her mouth. And yet he's still going to marry her and have a baby bar. And so in essence, this nigga is sucking ding dong. Because she sucked on it so much, her throat was on fire at one point. She had some type of issues with her throat and her mouth and things. She said that. I didn't say that. She did. Go back and read the transcripts. But yet, the guy didn't mind because he married her and he got a baby bar. And so now he is living off the riches of all of the abuse sexually that she has taken. Now, I didn't say physically because there's no evidence of physical abuse. It's only mental and sexual from what I can see. And she was young. She was young at the time to when she met Diddy, and he took advantage of that. But he knew that he had a freak on his hands. Cassie is a freak. And the baby that she's having is going to grow up, and the baby is going to see all of this stuff, and the baby is going to say, Mama, damn it, you a freak. See, Cassie knew what she was doing. She only put out so much. Because at some point in time, she has to tell her baby, your mama was a freak. Probably still is. Probably still calling the Punisher over there to punish her. Then you guys going to sit up here and talk about Diddy and his fetish. Nigga, please. You people, you guys crack me the F up. You guys crack me up. Save me this bullshit about Diddy and his freak elite self. You got all of these MF gays and lesbians out there, transvestites and the likes and stuff like this and stuff, but yet you guys are going to try to talk about this man just because he likes men and women. And he likes to get down and look at the Punisher punish Cassie while he go and play with his stuff. And then you guys get mad behind all of that. So if we take the SEX out of it, what is it that you have between him and Cassie? Because every time you look around, peoples, he had her decked out in every beautiful outfit. He had her on the red carpet. He had her talking to all of these Hollywood stars. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been in the position that she was in. And so that, hey, that is a part of the lifestyle. You heard what Usher said. I lived with Diddy and I came to see the lifestyle. And he don't think that he can understand it. But see, Usher had to bend over. What's the other guy who Usher had sent to Diddy? Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber had to bend over. And then all of those other people had to bend over. Meek Mills and Meek Miles, or all of these people. These people had to bend over. You heard what Cat Williams said. I had to protect that virgin hole of mine because I've been offered $50 million and I refuse to let anybody enter in. It says exit only. Do not enter and do not disturb. So Cat Williams may have been the only person out of Hollywood that never had to bend over. But the majority of the people in Hollywood had to bend over. And they had to spread their legs and they had to spread their cheeks. And if Clyde Davis did that to all of those people who he made Hollywood stars, well, why are you getting mad at Diddy? Because he was taught by Clyde Davis. He was taught by the white man. The white man. See, people's by nature, black people just don't do shit like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's a white man's nature. Black people do not. They don't engage in to this type of behavior. This is a learned behavior. This is a taught behavior. These people had taught black people what to do and how to do. Black people don't do no freaky leaky stuff like this. They were taught that way. And Massa had invaded the nigga's ass. Massa Thomas. You got you guys remember Roots, right? They strapped that man by the hand and they had him tied up and they hung him by his wrists. And he took that whip and he beat that boy. And he said, "Nigger, what's your name?" He said, my name is Kuta Kente. The only thing greater than yourself. But Master wasn't satisfied with just whipping the nigga. He had to lay him down and spread his legs open and spread his cheeks and enter in from the virgin hole. And that's how niggas became deviant. Because it wasn't in our nature to go up men's cheeks. Now, I don't endorse the practice. You want to go up a man's cheek? That's your business. It ain't my business. That's your business. You like that? That is your business. You like to lick kitty? That is your business. I don't engage. I don't endorse that. But see, people's, I want to get it straight, and I want the people to know and understand. Edward Joseph do not endorse that type of behavior. Now, if that's your lifestyle, that's your lifestyle. Hey. But it's not my lifestyle. I don't endorse it and I don't engage in it. I think it's sick. But many of you like that shit. Because that's what it is, shit. See, that man goes and stink his Mandingo warrior, his Mandingo dingy into your little stingy, your butthole, and all of that shit comes out, and then he sticks it in your mouth. And I don't care how much you try to scrub and rub and put Vaseline and baby oil and lotion and all that shit. I don't care how much you wash it, it's still shit. It's shit. A man is going up another man's rectum and pulling it out and sticking it in his mouth is shit. That's why they get that term, you're full of shit. Do you understand? So, I just like to keep it real on my channel. And if I got gays on my channel, if I got lesbians on my channel, don't you get mad at me because that's your lifestyle. And if you're embarrassed about your lifestyle, well, then stay the F off my channel. Don't get mad at me because I'm talking about the shit that you do. I don't do that shit. You do that. And so you get mad at me because I'm talking about what you do. Well, if you get mad or are embarrassed and stuff, well, then stop doing it. And then you won't be full of shit. I don't have a problem with gays and lesbians. I don't have a problem with you people. If that's what you do, that's what you do. But my thing is, don't bring that shit around me. As long as you respect my place and my space and things and don't get all like that and stuff around me, well, then we good. We good. Do you understand what I'm saying? We good. No, we ain't kicking it. No, we ain't going out. We ain't doing nothing. I mean, I'm cool with you. You know, I'm cool with you. But that's to the degree of it. I mean, what you do is what you do. But don't get mad when the people start talking about and describing the acts that you do, because it's unnatural. It's immoral. And God is going to get you. Yes, he is. He's going to get you. You know? Now, if what I'm saying is going to cause you to unsubscribe and all like that, well then, God damn it, do what you do. Because I really don't give two fucks, to tell you the truth. I really don't. You know? Because at the end of the day, peoples, I'm always going to shoot my shot, and I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know? So if anything that I say on my channel bothers you, change the channel. And you ain't got to watch me. You ain't got to listen to me. You ain't got to, you know, and all like that. And then we're good. You know, go live your life. Do what you do and shit. And I'm going to be here living mine. So I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Is that all right, peoples? Now, it really amazes me, peoples, how many of you suckers sit around here and talk about Diddy. Y'all talk about Diddy. Y'all talk about Diddy and what Diddy did and shit like that and stuff. But you don't even know what the fuck this man did. Because you ain't lived a day in his shoes. You ain't lived a day in his house or nothing. All you can go by with the rumors and innuendos of what you hear, but you ain't seen shit for yourself. But yet you got your mouth open on this man forever and a day. Oh, Diddy did this, Diddy did that, and Diddy. Well, what the fuck did you do? Let's change the tide. Let's get off of Diddy for a moment, and let's get on many of you suckers that's all the time got your mouth on this man. And you ain't lived a goddamn day in his shoes. Now, is the man perfect? Hell no. Does he have a fetish? Hell yeah. Does he like sex? Hell yeah. Does he like men and women? Hell yeah. But that's his prerogative. It's just like that song says, it's my prerogative. I can do what the fuck I want to do. Now, if someone was to uncover and show what you do behind the bedroom, I mean, in the bedroom and behind the sheets and shit, how would you feel for all the world to see your fetish? Some of you got some hot dog breasts. Some of you ain't got no breasts. Some of you got some big ass watermelon breasts. And twice the size as watermelons. Some of you are so fucking out of shape, it's just incredible. Some of you got a not even a six pack. You got one big pack that hangs over your vajaja. And the nigga had to take a goddamn car jack to jack that shit up just to get in. Some of you are fat. Some of you are skinny. Some of you got some jelly rolls. Some of you are weeble wobbles and you never fucking fall down. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson said some of you got 6 packs of cream sticks. Some of you are a stick. And then you have the fuck to sit up here and go talk about somebody. Some of you, your legs rub so hard, it leaves a mark right in the inner part of your thigh. Some of you don't even clean up yourself. Some of you stink like fish. Some of you stink like rotten eggs. And then you have the nerves to go sit up here and talk about somebody. Some of you don't even have hair. Some of you really just don't care. You'll be amazed how a lot of you YouTubers, you people who sit up here and comment and shit and stuff, and then somebody was to take a look at your ass, and it's like, God damn, you're an ugly motherfucker. You a mother sucker fucker. And having the nerves gonna sit up here and try to talk about somebody. I mean, let's keep it real, peoples. Let's keep it real in 100. Because see, you know, I sat back here for all of this time. I listened to people vilify this man. The one thing that Diddy did for this bitch, he kept her clean. She didn't go out stinking. She didn't go out looking trashy. She was lit. Lit. That nigga spent money on her ass. Made sure her hair was tight. Her clothes was right. Everywhere they went, he made sure that she was fitted to the T. Jewelry, every goddamn thing. Even though he may have liked sex and she liked his sex, the one thing he did do, he made sure that she got good exposure. And she was always fitted to the T. So he must not be too bad of a motherfucker. And if she got her ass beat, she got it beat for a reason. Because every time you look at them, boy, they was fitted to the T. See, your boyfriend, your friend, your baby's daddy, your husband, whoever the fuck he is, that nigga ain't spent not one goddamn dime for you. So what did he take you out? Did he take you out to Denny's? Did he take you out to Applebee's? Did he take you out to McDonald's, Burger King? It's the only time that he will ever be caught in public with you is in the bedroom. See, it's easy to sit up here and vilify somebody and stuff when you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. All you hear is what all of these other YouTubers and everybody has been saying. But see, this is all what these fucking YouTubers do. Is they just YouTube. They Ewan and tubing. Because these motherfuckers ain't got no goddamn life. So they'd rather sit their ass up here and talk about every goddamn body under the sun, take your goddamn money, and keep on saying all of this salacious madness. That's all they do. 24/7. Spreading all of this salacious madness. So let's see their girlfriends, or let's see their wives. Let's see their friend. Show them. Showcase them and see what these YouTubers are saying. Who they fucking with. These Negroes will never show nobody. But yet they all the time got their mouths open up on everybody. Yeah, Diddy did this. Who gives a fuck? Cassie got her ass beat, but she loved it. That's all that matters. She loved it. Because if she didn't love it, her ass wouldn't have stayed in there for 11 goddamn years. What bitch is going to stay around for 11 goddamn years, get there in head, beat like a pope, and stay there? Nah, she left because she couldn't break him. She tried to break him and she tried to make him. But he was too strong. See, she loved Diddy for his mental and his physical and for his money. She loved the game. She liked to be played because she was playing the fucking game herself. She was supposed to be with him, but yet she's over here messing with all of these other Negroes. They both was just doing the same thing. He had Kim Porter and all of these other girls who he got pregnant and things, and still being with her. Because around the same time that his kids was growing up, he was with her. But he was fucking on other girls. And she was fucking on other men. So call it for what it is, people. She's a slut. She's a hoe. She's a bitch. And she got her ass beat. She got money, but she got her ass beat. She had the mandingo ding ding from the Punisher in her mouth, pissing in her mouth, but she got her ass beat. So playing the game comes with a price, peoples. And the price was she got her ass beat. So you mad because she got her ass beat? Well, go to Hollywood and try to get a record deal and stuff, and let's see who's going to beat your ass. Because you will have to bend over and you will have to spread your cheeks and you will have to spread your legs. Because that's what all of those devilish suckers did. All of them. Every last one of them. And it's just like LeBron James said, it ain't no party like the Diddy party. But yet he was supposed to have been married with one woman, have kids and everything, but he's over at the Diddy party. TD Jakes at the Diddy party. All of these people at the Diddy party. They called him Power Bottom. See, people, what I'm saying is it's so easy to talk about people and the various things that they do in life, but then if the people was to crack open your life and take a sneak peek in your shit, how would you feel? Some of you can't even have sex because don't nobody want you. They take one look at you and they say, oh, what the fuck? Ma'am, come again. What is this shriveled up taco salad? They say, oh, goddamn. Oh, hell to the no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You all shriveled. You're warded up. Your breast is hanging and sagging. You know? It's amazing. It's amazing. I see men and women do this shit. And you motherfuckers can't even get a woman or a man for that matter, but love to get on here and talk about someone else's shit. Who gives a fuck about whether Diddy is popping a man's ass or a woman's ass? Who gives a fuck? That's his business. It's his business. The bottom line is when I see Diddy and I see Cassie, that nigga spent money on her to make sure that she was she was fly. So if she got her ass beat, well, damn it, you know, it's a well-deserved ass beating because he spent money upon her to make sure that she was fly. These white women that talk so much shit and stuff and making all of these posts and things, they're just jealous because it ain't them that was getting the treatment. I don't know what happened behind closed doors in Diddy's rooms and at the freak offs and all like this. And I really don't want to know. I really don't give two fucks. To be honest with you, I really don't. I don't give two fucks about all of that because, again, that's none of my business. But I can clearly say, and it's been demonstrated, that nigga made sure that she was fly. He spent money. And he made sure that she had the connections throughout the industry. And it wouldn't have been done unless he decided to do it. And that's his prerogative. However he wanted to treat her, that was his prerogative. She didn't have to stay in it. The first hit, she could have left. The second hit, she could have left. The third hit, she could have left. She could have left at any time, but yet she stayed for 11 goddamn years. Why? Because she was just like him. She was just like him. So if you're going to talk about him, talk about her. She's a bitch, she's a hoe, and she's a slut. And the nigga that married her is a slut too. Because all of them were sluts. All of them were doing the same thing. All of them was fucking on each other, freaking off on each other, doing all of this shit. Ain't nobody innocent in all of this. But who gives a fuck? People, this wasn't domestic violence. Because if we're really going to talk about domestic violence, let's talk about the hood. Let's talk about real niggas who get down and beat the girl to a pulp. Real niggas who got some bronze that would take the bitch out. Slap her ass up, sock her ass down every day. And see the real bruises of the people. Now that's what a real nigga would do. But all of this Hollywood shit, save me with that, people. Diddy is getting off. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. Diddy ass is getting off. So they can come in with all of this Hollywood bullshit. Yeah, he did this and he did that and all like that and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's happening all over in Hollywood. All over. All of these demon, devilish, and demonic devils is all guilty because they're all fucking gays and lesbians. Every last one of them. That's just a Hollywood culture. It's a Hollywood culture. Now, he's going to get life because he had a freak off? Really? He's going to get life because he had the Punisher punish Cassie Ventura? Really? So in the video, in the case files, it said that Cassie had a black eye. I have yet to see any picture that was all over the internet that ever seen Cassie with a black eye. I've never seen it. And why I have never seen it? Because it never happened. Four fucking photos in this case, and not one showed Cassie with a black eye, but yet they said she had a black eye. Why didn't they show it in court? Why didn't they put it in evidence? Because you suckers sit back and listen to all of these people with all of this salacious madness that don't mean shit. And you want to try to paint a picture on this boy who you don't even know, never even broke bread with, never even seen in person. don't even know what he does behind closed doors. All you guys are listening to is all of these suckers who sit on YouTube every day and stuff, browsing the internet for some juicy, salacious madness that they can say about people. And then you guys sit up there and believe this bullshit. And then the thing is, you go and you spread that bullshit without no evidence whatsoever. I was sitting back and I was like, well, goddamn. Okay, so if this man is a monster like you guys proclaim, where is the fucking evidence? You don't have it. See, I'm a realist, people. So I don't sit here and listen to people's bullshit. I look for it myself. And if I can't find it, then I come back and I say, what the fuck are you guys talking about? What is it that you're talking about? Show me the goddamn evidence. Show me a goddamn picture of Cassie with a goddamn black eye more than once. Or even once. You can't find it. And you know, some people's, the power of the tongue is so potent because niggas can say anything and you suckers with an itchy ear will sit there and believe that bullshit and madness. And then you go running like a goddamn lawnmower, spreading that bullshit all around everywhere, and you ain't got proof the first. I just played you back the testimony, peoples. You heard what she said. She said she was horny. And she had Diddy F her again and again and again. Even after the hotel incident, they got together and she got F'd by him while the guy was FaceTiming her husband that is now. She's getting F'd by Diddy, and her husband is FaceTiming her. And she's supposed to have gotten beaten at the Continental. Really, people? Really? And she's supposed to be abused? Really? See, some of you love a person to mind fuck you. You gravitate to people that mind fuck you. You know? You like to be talked down. You like to be called the bitch and a hoe and a sucker and a slut. You like that shit. They can just talk to you any kind of way and you will still come back. Running back, begging at his feet. Oh, baby, I love you. Well, bitch, lay your ass down. And you like that. $11 goddamn years. And the bitch kept coming back. But nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. See, people look at the banner that I have. It says couple, grief, crime, intimate behavior, wife, partner, domestic violence, verbal abuse, aggression, physical behavior, relationship, spouse, pain, bullying, threat, fight, hurt, stigma, injury. Stop. All of that is encompassed into this relationship between these two people. And then everybody has something to say about their relationship when, truth be told, tell the people about your relationship. Tell the people about what you've been through and why you don't have a spouse why you don't have a mate right now, today. Oh, I just want to live single. Well, why are you living single? Oh, because I'm just tired. Tired of what? Tired of what? What, because the nigga don't want you? I said the nigga don't want you. He got tired of your bullshit. I am, you know what is that? What is that song? I am tired of your shit. I am dun 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 dun. You better call Tyrone and tell him to come home. Oh, however it goes, you know. People, so let's go ahead and call Tyrone and tell that motherfucker to come home. Because, shit. Tyrone told you some shit. He tried to educate you, now. Your ass didn't want to listen. So you better call Tyrone. And see, people, this is my first time ever seeing Erykah Badu. I didn't even know who in the fuck she was. I've always heard this music. You better call Tyrone and tell him to help you come get your shit. But I've never even seen her before. See, I don't watch these Hollywood stars and things like that. I listen to the music every now and then, but it's my first time ever seeing her. But she's a cutie pie. Was she pregnant on this video or something? It looked like it. Looked like she had a little pudge. Yeah, it looks like she's pregnant. See that? Yeah, I think she was pregnant on this picture. I don't know if she got kids, but it looks like she's got a little pudge right there. But yeah. Call Tyrone and tell that nigga to come home and help you get your shit. And see, that's unfortunate, peoples, because see, the thing is that and not only do the women play games, but the men play games too. You know, you guys play games. Everybody play games. This is the way of the world. But we're talking about what are we talking about, people? So let me go back here. What are we talking about? Diddy domestic violence. Talking about Diddy domestic violence, peoples. And so let's go back on Diddy. Let's see what else can we find up on Diddy. And so we take a look at Diddy and we hear all of this bad stuff about Diddy. Diddy did this and Diddy did that and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's look at this.
Judge Ashley.
Oh, that's way too loud. Let me turn that down some.
And Michael, so court is over today here in Lower Manhattan. We've been ending about 3 o'clock every day this week, so a little bit shorter than normal. On the stand, we did hear from a male escort who was testifying about his interactions with Cassie Ventura during those freak-offs. He described in graphic detail how they would begin with massages and baby oil as Sean Diddy Combs would be in the corner and he would be taking care of himself at those times. He was asked, was Cassie Ventura on drugs when she was taking part in these freak-offs? He said she didn't appear to be on drugs. He also testified when asked if she appeared to be enjoying it. He thought from his perception of the activity that she did seem to be enjoying it and was engaged and consenting. Now on redirect, he was asked if he had any interaction with Cassie outside of the freak-offs. He made it very clear that his only interaction with Cassie Ventura ever was during those freak-offs. So Why don't we go ahead and show you some sketches from inside that courtroom today. Sean Combs listening again very closely, using his hands at one point to blow hearts to some of his supporters inside that courtroom. The mother of Cassie Ventura, she took the stand today. Now, she did take photographs of some of those injuries that her daughter sustained, talking about on her testimony from the hands of Sean Combs. Here's some of that testimony that we can put up for our viewers. So you're taking a look right now, though, at some of those injuries. Jurors got to view these images from all of the beatings that Cassie Ventura had talked about that she suffered at the hands of Sean Combs. If we go ahead and put up some of her mother's testimony from today, she was very soft-spoken. She had a gray shawl covering her up. It can be awfully cold inside the courthouse. She was also testifying about why she took the photos. She took photos of Cassie and her injuries because she said she wanted to keep it as evidence. So Cassie's mom said December of 2011 was the first time that her daughter had told her about Combs being physically violent with her. Now, the jury was also shown several exhibits, including the baby oil. So the infamous baby oil. So shown some exhibits of all that baby oil. Also some exhibits of a hotel room where some of the freak-offs would end up taking place rather. You can see that picture that was right there that we were just showing. That's showing some of the Astroglide as well as that baby oil. This is inside one of those hotel rooms where all that damage took place after one of the freak-offs. Now, we also did hear some testimony from David James. He's a former personal assistant of Sean Combs. He was testifying that he was responsible for stocking the hotel room. Let's take a look at some of his testimony. He was saying the items that he was required to get included 25 to 30 pill bottles, which included ecstasy as well as Percocet, food, drinks, personal items such as baby oil, lubricant, as well as condoms. Now, he did say that Combs security always had $10,000 in cash or more on him. One of the things that's going to be important in this case is David James did testify saying that the money that he would use to buy these items was not run through the business, that instead he would use cash. At times he did run the items through the business, but then he realized that he was not supposed to do so. Why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about the jury makeup? So who is going to be deciding this case? We have a graphic, a full screen we can put up for you in which we just kind of tell you who is sitting on that jury. So today, some of their actions, their interactions or reactions were interesting to watch, taking a lot of notes. And at one point, kind of perking up when they were talking about the drugs Sean Combs took and saying they witnessed him. This is one of the witnesses on the stand, David James, talking about witnessing him taking ecstasy. And one of the pills was in the shape of President Obama's face. So 18 jurors, 5 men of color, 7 white men, 5 women of color, and 1 white woman.
All right, so people, so let's get a greater understanding about this here. Let's get a greater understanding. They said that he had condoms. They said that he had baby oil. Okay, so they had protective sex because they had condoms. You know, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that they had condoms because that means that they were protecting themselves. Yeah, condoms, peoples. You know, smart. Condoms will help you prevent getting diseases and things. Okay. So they had ecstasy. They had all of these pills and ketamine and provizidine and Vaseline and baby oil and all like that and stuff. So what is so criminal about having that? Because it is that type of stuff that helps you stay freaky and horny and things. But the one key thing that I did not hear, peoples, and I'm going to tell you what I didn't hear. I didn't hear that the people or Cassie was drugged. They never said that. They never said that Diddy had drugged Cassie. When the Punisher, the sex worker, had been asked, he said that from his perspective, because he's right there, he ain't never said that Cassie took drugs. He said that she seemed to enjoy it and to be engaging. She was young. She was young, people. She was in her early 20s. And so people in their early 20s, they're freaky. You remember the way you were in your early 20s? You was a freak. You was a hoe. You was a slut. And you would have done anything for that man who had captured your heart at that time. You know how you was. But see, you got to read between the lines, peoples. I hear so much about all of the drugs and stuff, but no one ever said that Diddy gave it to her. See, you're missing the point. It may have been drugs there, but they never stated that Diddy given it to her, or he forced it upon her. None of those words were ever uttered in that testimony, peoples. See, they want to browbeat you with all of this salacious madness of what the people do with the freak offs and stuff and the baby oil. Who gives a fuck about 1,000 bottles of baby oil? So what? So you can take a bath in baby oil. So fucking what? What does that mean? Is that criminal to have 1,000 bottles of baby oil? That's what freaks do, peoples. Ketamine, brizonamine, physonacine, and all of that stuff. All of the drugs. So you know, let's keep it real. You suckers, you smoke, you drink, you do drugs. You're hyped up on some type of barbiturate. Who gives a fuck? It makes you sane. It may make you horny. It may make you last long. Some of you use Viagra, Cialis, and all of this other macadamian madness that they be posting all up on TikTok and everything. Oh yeah, it makes you hard and makes you strong and it makes you long and keep your ding dong on. But who gives a fuck? Is that criminal? Having 1,000 bottles of baby oil is not criminal. I have yet to have anybody testify. Even Cassie never testified to say that Diddy forced her into taking any type of drugs. Go back and listen to the testimony, peoples. She never did. She never did. And so what if they had a little scuffle or whatever? Mama took a picture of her backside and it looked like somebody bit her. Well, they're in the freak off. Freak offs, they do all type of shit. They destroy the goddamn room. Who gives a fuck? He had the money to pay for it. Kept somebody employed. You're not going to have freak offs for 11 goddamn years, people, and it still keep coming back if you didn't enjoy it. Nobody is going to sit around and get their ass beat forever and a day and then keep having freak offs and then keep coming back. That's bullshit. It was about the money. She got the money. They asked her, would you give the money back? Hell no, I ain't giving the money back. It's mine. I'm going to enjoy myself. Notice how they didn't show all the sexual videos between him and Cassie. And they tried to say, oh, well, she's pregnant, so she only can be on the stand for about 3 days, and then we got to get her off of here. So we can't go deep into everything. I mean, goddamn, people, if you guys make a big issue about a goddamn freak off, who gives a fuck about a freak off? If you're a freak, you already know what they do. These are many consenting adults. 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 And it's never been shown or even stated that they were forced into doing anything. You got Joes that run up and down the street picking up prostitutes and stuff all day long. You go over in the Philippines, you can get them all day long. Go to all of these foreign countries, you can get them all day long. They're out there. You know, they got brothels out there in Las Vegas. You can go and get your freak on all day long. They give you a Cialis pill and a Viagra or whatever other shit that they got. And you pay several $100s and stuff, and you get your freak on all day long. But yet, this man has 1,000 bottles of baby oil, which last I've looked up, it ain't nothing criminal behind that. Last I looked up, every time they asked the people, they said that she was engaged and she enjoyed it. She was the one who initiated it. She was the one who saw all of these people. She was the one who looked up the Punisher, and the Punisher came back many times. You got Meek Mills and all of them saying, well, Diddy forced me to get into his anal hole into busting. He forced you? Really? But you didn't say anything? So Diddy forced you to give up your anal hole and you ain't said nothing after all of these years. And he up there saying, yeah, daddy, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. Yeah, daddy, I like it when you scrap and scrape, daddy. Yeah, you're putting in that work, daddy. And your ass just sat there in the pool cooling your ass off because he just done killed it. And your ass ain't said shit. See, people, what this case exposed, what this case exposed was just. See, people, what this case exposed, what this case exposed, peoples, was just freaky people. That's it. Freaky people. They have yet to show you or show anybody that anybody was forced into doing something. Nobody has been forced. I have yet to hear any testimony of anybody being forced to have sex. Cassie didn't say it, and she was supposed to have been a star witness. The sex worker didn't say it, and he is the star witness. So where is the force? Go through any news organization and let me hear if Diddy forced anyone or given anyone any drugs so he can pound the shit out of them. I haven't heard no testimony, peoples. And the sex workers should know because they're the ones who's working. Should I play that again, peoples? She had asked him, and he said that she enjoyed herself, peoples. That's what she said. Now let's listen to this again, peoples. See, they're showing all of this. All of this doesn't mean nothing. So what? So people, they get hyped up when they're having sex. Let's listen in.
Testimony from today. She was very soft-spoken. She had a gray shawl covering her up. It can be awfully cold inside the courthouse. She was also testifying about why she took the photos. She took photos of Cassie and her injuries because she said she wanted to keep it as evidence. So Cassie's mom said December of 2011 was the first time that her daughter had told her about Combs being physically violent with her. Now, the jury was also shown several exhibits, including the baby oil. So the infamous baby oil. So shown some exhibits of all that baby oil. Also some exhibits of a hotel room where some of the freak-offs would end up taking place rather. You can see that picture that was right there that we were just showing. That's showing some of the Astroglide as well as that baby oil. This is inside one of those hotel rooms where all that damage took place after one of the freak-offs. Now, we also did hear some testimony from David James. He's a former personal assistant of Sean Combs. He was testifying that he was responsible for stocking the hotel room. Let's take a look at some of his testimony. He was saying the items that he was required to get included 25 to 30 pill bottles, which included ecstasy as well as Percocet, food, drinks, personal items such as baby oil, lubricant, as well as condoms. Now, he did say that Combs security always had $10,000 in cash or more on him. One of the things that's going to be important in this case is David James did testify saying that the money that he would use to buy these items was not run through the business, that instead he would use cash. At times he did run the items through the business, but then he realized that he was not supposed to do so. Why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about the jury makeup? So who is going massages and baby oil as Sean Diddy Combs would be in the corner and he would be taking care of himself at those times. He was asked, was Cassie Ventura on drugs when she was taking part in these freak-offs? He said she didn't appear to be on drugs. He also testified when asked if she appeared to be enjoying it. He thought from his perception of the activity that she did seem to be enjoying it and was engaged and consenting. Now on redirect, he was asked if he had any interaction with Cassie outside of the freak-offs. He made it very clear that his only interaction with Cassie Ventura ever was during those freak-offs.
Bingo, and that was the key testimony right there. She enjoyed herself, she engaged, and Diddy didn't give her no drugs. So did you hear what was asked of him? See, the key was, did Diddy give her the drugs? Diddy never gave her the drugs. Let's listen to that again, peoples.
He said she didn't appear to be on drugs.
She didn't appear to be on drugs. He said she didn't appear to be on drugs. But yet Diddy was supposed to have given her drugs. That's what he said. He said that she did not appear to be on drugs, but yet Diddy was supposed to have given her drugs. See, peoples, you all the time got your big, fat, black ass, white ass, Mexican ass, Chinese ass, and whatever type of ass, mouths open, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He said she did not appear to be on drugs. And he never said that Diddy gave her drugs. So what the fuck are you talking about, peoples? See, you guys are stupid. You guys are stupid. because you want to sit up here and vilify a man who you don't even know. You want to sit up here and vilify a man who you don't even know.
Before we begin, please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Agent Gannon, Dr. Hughes, and Kaplan in a federal court on May 21st, 2025. Some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Agent Gannon, Dr. Hughes, and Kaplan's testimony from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion. What you're about to hear is Agent Gannon, Dr. Hughes, and Kaplan's testimony from beginning to end.
Mr. Gannon, let's continue with items you seized on Star Island GX215. What is this?
High heels and sex items in the master closet.
What's this?
3 cell phones found in one of the boots.
Display the Gucci bag for the jury. Pull up GX10A and the stipulation. Zoom in on paragraph 5. A white plastic bottle. It contained liquid residue of meth and liquid MDMA. These pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. These had the active ingredient in Xanax. This $100 bill had residue of cocaine. Mr. Gannon, what's this?
A dark wood box with the word Puffy on the top.
How do you know that this is the Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized? How many bottles of each?
31 Astroglide, 25 baby oil bottles.
Any other cell phones found?
Yes.
Was a gun found in this suitcase?
A .45.
Hold the bullets up for the jury. No further questions.
The day of the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, then they continued.
In planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there.
At this moment, the prosecution objected but was overruled.
The plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies.
What type of vehicles did you use?
Armored vehicle.
And a boat come in by land and by sea?
It's common practice.
80 or 90 agents?
Not all at the same time.
You found 6 people and kept them in handcuffs for an hour.
No, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating, so we kept him in handcuffs longer.
Because he wasn't happy with cuffs? There was a music studio in the guest house, right? DX305. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. It's the studio.
Move to admit. The gun was wrapped in a towel. It didn't look like how you displayed it to the jury yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms?
We did not.
Do you agree that handguns, metal, is easier to get fingerprint than maybe another type of device?
Can't say if it's easier, but it can be done.
Can you get prints off a gun easier when it's inside?
I think so.
At HSI, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right?
I don't know.
When he was arrested, the government took DNA swab, right?
I don't know.
Hold up the Gucci bag. The drugs were in this bag and in the puffy box, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am going to introduce a sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness?
At this moment, the defense approached the witness, and the prosecution said to cut off the screens. So the gallery wasn't able to see this, but the defense said,
Please don't say the names of the people in this photograph other than my client. Don't talk about it.
Then the prosecution asked to confer with the counsel. They did. Then the deputy said, we may take the sealed exhibit down, and they continued.
Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have guns in their homes there?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to rephrase the question.
Do you have guns in your home?
Yes.
No further questions.
The government calls Dr. Dawn Hughes. What is your profession?
Clinical and forensic psychology. I treated people who were in World War II, which was such an honor.
How many times have you testified in court?
60 or 65 in SDNY, ENDY, and the Northern District. Also New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia.
We offer Dr. Hughes as an expert. What do you anticipate covering?
Why victims stay. Memory.
Have you been retained by the government?
Yes.
What is your hourly rate?
$600, $6,000 for the day in court.
Why do victims stay?
There are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse.
What are the levels of fear?
It ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time.
What is psychological?
Intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can do and where you can go.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge said, "Hold on, I'm going to strike that last answer," then continued.
What can be the role of sexual abuse?
It puts the victim in significant psychological fear.
Why does it prevent leaving?
Shame, degradation. They don't want to think about it.
What is emotional abuse?
Putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap.
What about financial dependence?
The abuse controls housing and transportation, taking away her laptop.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge sustained it.
Are you familiar with love bombing?
That honeymoon phase, the abuser showers her with gifts and affection to get her back.
Does the attempt to leave happen over time?
Yes, it takes multiple attempts.
Which is the most common coping mechanism?
Trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner.
Personal coping mechanisms. How does placating or appeasing work?
We're trying to avoid abuse.
What is minimization?
The victim says, maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one episode to next.
What about the power relation?
A person can have power as principal of a school. The victim asks, who is going to believe me?
When does the victim finally speak?
In a safe environment or after psychological help.
What type of language do victims use when they first speak of it?
They minimize. They are piecemeal. They remember the chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath.
At this moment, they had a sidebar in the court. Then the cross-examination began.
Your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style.
Yes.
People don't fit into boxes, right?
There are categories.
But you have to listen to particular individuals, right?
I'm not divorced from my training.
When you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right?
If it's relevant.
You look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with malingering?
I am.
People can fabricate emotional responses, correct?
They can.
At this moment, the judge said, "Mr. Bach, should we break here?" And the defense said,
"I don't have a good cliffhanger."
And they ended up going on break.
You are with the American Psychological Association, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right?
Where? This is a different role.
You have not gathered information about this case, right?
I am not rendering an opinion on any individual.
There's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right?
I don't.
You're testified across the river in EDNY, right?
Right.
And you say the same thing, even though the cases are different, correct?
It's to help the jurors understand.
But it's their job to consider their case, right? You don't publish data on the patients you have evaluated, do you?
It's confidential.
So I can't cross-check your experience, the basis of what you were saying, right? People might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge said, "Let's move on."
In civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? You gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right?
Yes, for battered women.
Let me show you DX-.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar.
Does this document refresh your recollection?
Let me look at it more closely. Yes?
The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination, right?
Yes.
Most of your income comes from court-related work, right?
No, maybe half.
You've raised your rate to $600?
It's been the same for some time.
But you've raised it.
Commensurate with others.
You've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of a sex crime?
That's correct. I don't evaluate offenders.
You met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare your testimony, right?
Correct.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar and then continued.
Did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors?
With all due respect, it was mostly me educating them.
But you know nothing about the case. Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? Didn't you help them write briefs?
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar. Once it was finished, they continued with a recross.
You reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right?
Correct.
In fact, we redacted.
You did.
You are a board-certified forensic psychologist, right?
Yes.
How many of those are there in New York State?
I think about 40.
At this moment, another recross happened.
Your defense work is almost entirely for victims of domestic violence, right?
I'm not sure that's true.
You worked with Mr. O'Brien Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele decided not to use you after meeting with you.
At this moment, the judge interrupted and told the defense to move on. And so they did. There were no further questions, and the prosecution called its next witness.
The government calls George Kaplan. When did you work for Combs Enterprises?
2013 to 2015.
What fell under that holding company?
Clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was executive assistant to the chief operating officer.
Where did you work?
1710 Broadway, NYC.
What was your next position?
Executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to September 2015.
Who did you report to?
Ms. Coram, KK, she essentially ran Mr. Combs's life.
Where did you report?
LA.
What did you do?
Carried his bags, made sure things were when he wanted them. As he trusted me more, he had me around more. I'd set up hotel rooms.
How many hours a week?
80 to 100 hours a week.
How much did you get paid?
$125,000 a year to start.
What did you do in the morning?
Make sure everything was in the bathroom, the breakfast cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late.
Who was security?
Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, and Ruben. Later, licensed security in the second half of 2015.
How frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs?
Multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever.
Did he threaten you?
He threatened my job.
How often?
Maybe monthly. He'd say he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he went me for a 1-liter water and I bought back 2 half-liters. He said, no,
How did you travel?
on his jet, or going in advance to make sure it's all set up.
How did you set up hotel rooms?
There was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candle, Astroglide, baby oil.
Who bought this?
Often me.
In what cities did you set up hotel rooms?
Los Angeles, New York, and Miami. In LA, Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental.
In NY?
Trump by Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS
How was it booked?
and Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White.
Would you clean up rooms?
Yes, bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink.
Why did you clean up? Not hotel staff.
It was implied, protect his public image. I was keen on doing that.
Explain.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge overruled it.
I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests.
Did he reach out to you from the room?
For food, clothes, sometimes drugs. I did it.
What drugs?
Dop kit.
Illegal drugs?
At this moment, the defense objected to the word illegal, and the prosecution rephrased the question.
What other drugs?
Advil, ketamine.
What's he ask for?
I picked up drugs for him, MDMA.
Who asked?
Mr. Combs in LA and Miami. In Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs.
And in LA?
I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave money. He gave me a bag.
At this moment, the judge said, "We will break for the day." And those were all of the testimonies today in the Diddy trial. What did you think about the testimonies today? Who do you think did better overall today? The defense or the prosecution? Let me know in the comments down below.
And so, what does all of that mean, peoples? How does that going to put Diddy in jail for life? It doesn't. This is a sham case, peoples. They have no evidence whatsoever. Period. All they're doing is, so they took drugs, but Diddy never gave the drugs to the people. I mean, at Prince parties, they had drugs. You know, all of the parties in Hollywood, they had drugs. What party in Hollywood that you go to that don't have no type of drugs? How many people in Florida don't carry a gun? I mean, you know, all of these innuendos and insinuations and things and stuff, but there is no proof or no evidence, peoples, that they are really tying to Diddy. Nothing whatsoever, peoples. Nothing whatsoever, peoples. But yet, everybody say Diddy's guilty because he had drugs and alcohol and all of this stuff, baby oil and everything. Oh, peoples, how long would you be sitting here and continue to keep saying all of this salacious madness for what? When it really doesn't make no sense whatsoever, peoples. You know, because thus far, as I've seen, as I've heard, The people haven't proven anything, peoples. I said the people haven't proven anything, peoples. So, what is it? Have they proven thus far? Because they didn't prove that he given anybody anything. So, I'm just sitting and waiting. I'm just sitting here waiting. So what is it that you peoples have to say? Because I ain't never heard of no Hollywood party. I ain't never heard of no Hollywood party that they have ever done or had, and they don't have drugs or alcohol. Help me to make that make sense, people. And I have yet to see a black eye that Diddy was supposed to have given Cassie. I haven't seen it, peoples. You haven't seen it. Nobody's seen it. So help me to make it make sense, peoples. Doesn't make no sense to me. Well, peoples, it is at the 9:23 hour. And I think I've already proven my point thus far with Diddy domestic violence. It wasn't no domestic violence. Because again, peoples, I have yet to see anything that had ever shown or pertained to Diddy doing all of this crazy madness to all of these people and things. You know, I have yet to see it, peoples. I said I have yet to see it, peoples. So my question is simply this, peoples. What have Diddy done? What has he done, peoples? That is the question that I have, peoples. What have Diddy done? Where's the videos at? Where is the videos at? I got this right here, but I don't see my videos showing up anywhere. So I'm trying to see where's the videos at. Because I got this and I want to show that, but I don't see where the thing is that all of my videos are, because I keep adding a thing. So let me show this, peoples, and then we're getting off of here for tonight. Let me go ahead and share my screen on this one right here. There we go. All right, peoples. All right. That was one video that I wanted to see. Let's see if I can find it here. Show me one picture, peoples. Show me one picture of Cassie that had a black eye. That's all I'm going to see is one picture of Cassie that had a black eye. Okay, well, let's look at this and then see what he said, and then maybe we'll get out of here. Let's see.
Really pretty. What's going on, guys?
From the CEO.
Tail took a third. What's going on, guys? Now, there are a ton of false teachers out there that we can talk about, but Philip Anthony Mitchell is not one of those guys. He is one of the guys that really preaches the word of God. Now, the reason why I say that is because when you're preaching a sermon and people are walking out during the middle of your sermon because you convicted them, you said something right. Question is, in this video that's been going viral for a while now, what did Philip Anthony Mitchell say that made these people walk out of the sermon? But we're going to watch this video together, no interruptions, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on the back end of this video. Let's get into it.
And the scripture teaches us he rebelled against God, and there was war in heaven. Read the book, war in heaven. And because there is no dualism, that Satan is not stronger than God Almighty. There's no dualism. Satan ain't stronger than God. The scripture says because of that, watch, Satan was cast out of heaven. It's when Jesus said, I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning down to the earth. And in Revelation, when he's pictured as the dragon, it says his tail took a third of the stars of heaven with him. That is, he took 1/3 of all of the angels with him who he had got in their ear. So stupid. Who, according to Jude, abandoned their place in heaven, and now they're going to be chained in eternal fire for their abandonment of God. These angels that he corrupted, that was thrown out of heaven, are the demons that roam the earth today. They're the demons that whisper in the ears of your favorite psychic when you go get your palm read. And these demons that have been watching you since you was young. And so they whisper in the ear of the psychic. They tell you your age and the last boyfriend you had and what city you was born in, because they've been watching you. And then they start to prophesy and tell you about your future and lead you away from the Lord Jesus Christ. And because we're not read, because you love sermons but you don't read, you don't know that that stuff is demonic. Your little tarot cards, your little sage, your little crystals, your little readings, all that stuff is demonic. How are you praying to God and got crystals next to your Bible at the same time? How are you trying to send up the incense of prayer and got sage burning at the same time? Too many sermons, not enough literacy. That's why I'm gonna keep encouraging you. Don't just listen to me. Read the scriptures for yourself. Read, read, read. Don't just trust me. Read. So Christ in heaven saw with his own eyes the first sin ever committed, and he seen the damage that it caused. It caused an archangel to lose their position in glory, who became your adversary, the devil and Satan, who still loves music, by the way. Oh, you never realize when you listen to certain things why it make you feel angry, lustful. You feel like you want to commit murder. Oh, no, you love her because she's famous. You love her and you love him because they're famous and they call themselves a Christian. Yo, I don't got time to get into this, but I just want to tell you, you can't find a description for Christian in the Bible. It's not in there. It was a derogatory term that was given to us. We call ourselves now, but you can't find a description for a disciple. Anybody in society could put Christian in their profile, but we checking for fruit. I said we looking for fruit. We're looking for evidence of your Christianity. You know, somebody gonna tell me, oh, you can't tell me I'm not a Christian. John did in 1 John. This is who we know who the sons of God are and who the sons of the devil are. So foolish and gullible. I don't care that somebody call themselves a Christian. We're checking for fruit. Evidence of grace and transformation. Where is the presence of the Holy Spirit in your life? Where is your desire by nature to follow the commandments of God Almighty? What are we talking about?
So this is when the people begin to walk out right here. But listen to what he says after they walk out.
I don't care. I don't care. I ain't trying to fill up no room. I'm going to preach this truth, whether the room is full or the room is empty. I don't care. Ain't gonna shut me up. I ain't up here to get your approval. I don't care if half of y'all don't come back next week. The Lord not gonna, your blood is not gonna be on my hands in the judgment.
And that's exactly right. Pastors have a higher calling on their lives. James 3:1 says that not many of us should be teachers because we're going to be judged with greater strictness. The problem with so many pastors is they will cater to the people. They will twist the word of God, pander to the people to make them feel good, because that orthodox teaching, that theological teaching, that teaching where you might have to convict someone or correct someone, don't resonate with a lot of people. A lot of people don't want to hear a convicting word. So many pastors who ultimately are false teachers, they will deviate away from those scriptures. They will preach topics that they know people want to hear because they want people's approval. The Bible says that if we don't tell the truth, if we don't share the truth of God's word in its entirety, its unadulterated form, the blood of those souls who will perish will be on our hands, on the hands of the preacher.
And there you have it, peoples. They didn't want to hear. They didn't want to hear what the Lord was speaking. And remember what he said. He said, even the archangel that had transcended from heaven down to earth loved music. Even the demons love music. And it's something within the tone, the lyrics, the vibe, the notes that makes you want to love a person or leave a person. Makes you want to kill the person. And I love them because they're famous, and I love them because they play the songs that I love, and it makes me feel some type of way. Beyonce, Jay-Z, Puff Daddy Combs, Brother Love. You people listen to all of this madness, and you can repeat the lyrics verbatim. and y'all speak all of this ebonics and nonsense and stuff, and you guys are falling heads over heels of Beyonce. You will give that woman your last to go to one of her concerts and listen to her talk about cowboy, and you can't even put 1 10 cents in church, but yet you love them. Y'all sit around here and blast all of this music all over God's creation and stuff, and listening to Lil Wayne and Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls and all of these people. But yet you can't say, "Woe to Jesus, I surrender all. To him I freely give. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to him, my blessed Savior. I surrender all." You will never surrender because you have too much of this hip hop, hypnotic madness within your mind and in your spirit, and it's blocking you from seeing the pathway to heaven. And so you would rather listen to all of this madness than to listen to something uplifting that can calm your spirit and that can help you on your journey. See, people, it's all too often, people use music in the wrong fashion. And before you ever turn on a hymn, I don't want to listen to that stuff. Well, that's why you're in the condition that you're in. That's why your mind is all twisted up in the manner to which it is. That's why your mannerisms is the way that it is. That's why you will never have peace and happiness and joy and tranquility. It's because you're filling yourself up with all of that madness. The devil loves music. He told you. The devil loves music. And see, I just keep it real. God knows my heart. I ain't got to proclaim or profess anything that I'm not. There's none of you, even the preachers that preach and stuff, that can ever put me in hell. They can talk about me. They can preach until they blow in the face and stuff, but it ain't going to make no difference with me because I'm already saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit. See? Many of you say, well, how could you be a preacher? How could you be God's child and you sit up here and curse and you do all of this? Well, because I am. Now, you don't like that? I grew up in church all my life. Been around preachers and pastors all of my life. Never wanted to accept my calling. And I've seen what you demonic devils do on a daily. And see, I refuse to be like these sucker preachers all the time wanting to get under the skirts of many and then preaching this nonsense and stuff. It's just like what the man was just saying. Preaching to the people who wants to hear all of these things and trying to twist the word of God to make it so to where it'll be pleasing to the ears of the people so they can give them money and so on and so forth and stuff. And then if they don't like you, well, then they try to use the scriptures to beat you down. I won't do that. I never do that. I got away from all of that stuff. I got away from and broke the chains of tradition because it's not nutrition. It's not edible. I can't feast and eat off this madness that these people be preaching nowadays. I was watching the other day on TikTok, and this lady, she's up here shaking her little rump and doing all of these little moves with her legs and stuff, seducing the people, and she's in a choir singing. Really? And so that's what we do in church nowadays? See, I'm old school people, so I can't get with this new age generation that just comes and get into the pulpit and just wear any kind of shit. You know, sneakers and jeans and shit like that. I mean, that's what they do. That's what they do. I can't get with it. I'm old school. So it's just the way I've been taught. But I know the people say, well, you know, the Bible says come as you are and stuff, and don't really care about your attire and things, just as long as the word is being preached and so on and so forth. Well, my only question would be, if Jesus was to be here right now, what would you put on before him? If Jesus was to come and visit your house, he said, I'm coming to visit you tonight, what would you prepare? And what would you wear to greet the master? I do my lives, peoples, because I all the time try to keep it real, 100, and transparent. I've always tried to look at things in a different eye and not try to follow the crowd, and try to analyze things in a manner to which other people see. I have my own eyes. I can see, I can hear, and I can speak for myself. And I look at things in a different light. And I don't tend to share things just because somebody else said it. I got to look at it for myself. I got to analyze it for myself and get a greater understanding for myself, peoples. And so we're living in a day to where everybody is so judgmental. Everybody has something to say about someone else, but they never take a retrospective look in the mirror to see when the person is talking, that voice and that image bounces right back into your eyes. And all that you say and speak is bouncing right back and radiating upon you, and it's showing you who you really are. Do you live your life all the time condemning people just because you don't agree with them? So what does that mean? What, you some type of greater saint than they are? You live your best life and stuff just because you don't do certain things that they do? So now you just that good? Really? You ain't no different than nobody else. Save me the madness, peoples. I talked to many, and all I heard was just a degradation That's all I heard. Before any of all of this come out, then you guys were, oh, Diddy this and Diddy that and Puffy Love and Daddy Love and all like this and stuff. But now, since a little bit of his past come out, now set aside for everything that he has ever done and all of the people who he has ever promoted and helped become millionaires and things like that. Now he's the worstest being that ever lived and walked the planet. But see, you suckers listen to him because you listen to his music. You listen to the music of the people who he produced. And in so many ways, you're just like him because you listen to the madness. Every person that came under him was a reflection of him. And so it's just like that saying, you are what you eat, from your head down to your feet. And so you consume that madness. All of the songs that P. Diddy did and all of the people who came up under him, who he had produced the music and stuff, you guys was right there at the concerts, buying all of the memorabilia and everything, making love to all of these slow songs and stuff, acting crazy up on all of these crazy demonic songs and things, riding down in your caddy in your car and stuff. Boom, 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 boom. And you got people spaced out speaking all of this crazy madness and stuff. And it's all through music. Because the demonic loves music. And music has a way of transforming you. But you did that. I didn't do that. Because I don't listen to the shit. I couldn't tell you the words of any song that these people sang because I never listened to the shit. I don't listen to it. Some people, they get surprised when I tell them I don't even know certain people. I mean, I hear them, but I couldn't even tell you what they look like. I told you for the first time ever in life, I ever seen Erykah Badu. I heard her, and I heard a couple of the songs that she sung and stuff, but I've never seen her. Never had a desire to see her. For what? I don't need to call Tyrone and tell him to tell the lady to come get your shit. Or the woman is telling the guy to come get your shit. You know, you call Tyrone. I don't need to call Tyrone. What the fuck is Tyrone going to do for me? See, when you're heartbroken, you play the music. When you're ready to make love, you play the music. When you're ready to get downright giddy and crazy and wanting to get out and go to a club, you play the music. You're driving in your car and you're riding down the street and you're running here and there, you play the music. But see, you play that music. I don't play that shit. You don't. People who talk to me on the phone while I'm driving home, you don't hear me blasting all of that madness in the background. You don't see me on live blasting all of this crazy madness and stuff. You don't see it because I don't listen to it. This is why many of you are crazy today, because you guys are fanatics. You're loving people who you don't even know. And all because they can tempt you and make you feel some type of way with the music, now you're going stone crazy. Well, peoples, there's one song that I want to leave with you on tonight, and then I'm going to bid you farewell.
misty, cloudy. Let the redeemed say, let the Holy Ghost feel say, yeah, yeah. I'll do your will. I'll go where you want me to go. I'll sing like you want me to sing. Lord, I'll preach your word. I'll say, yeah, yeah.
And so, with that, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Armor, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back if the Lord says the same. And so then, peoples, you And peoples, you guys be blessed. I just wanted to leave a couple of my favorite songs with you on tonight. And so hopefully that it help you meditate and allow you to relax and to think about some things. And this is the music that I listen to, peoples. This is what helps me get through. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.